Hello and welcome to the Actual Tech Media Enterprise IT Virtual Summit. Today's topic is Start Now, Discovering the Critical Tools and Services that will define IT through 2030. And I want to start by saying a big thank you for joining us. On the summit today, we've got some of the most innovative leading companies in the industry. You'll be hearing from experts at SimSpace, Strongtm, Zerto, Rubric, IBM Cloud, Duo, Delinea, Rapid7, Quantum, and Nutanix. That is 10 different sessions full of innovative solutions, hot trends, and creative strategies all in one place, and we've got a special focus today. The one constant in technology is change, and ever-accelerating change at that. Think about how different your infrastructure looked in 2010. Now imagine where we might be in 2030. That's hard to visualize, right? In this special forward-looking summit, you're going to hear from those 10 companies across the IT landscape who will help you visualize your near-future infrastructure. They'll give you a sneak peek into changes coming to your IT infrastructure, whether you're ready or not. They'll share the trends that they're pursuing and the ones that they're shaping. They'll also offer their industry insights for the near and medium-term future. At the end of the day, we think you'll have some new ideas for aligning your plans and your environment with the most current solutions and forthcoming innovations that will define the data center, the data estate, and the hybrid environment of 2030. So settle in and get ready to learn about technologies that are shaping the next decade of IT. In order for you to get the most out of your day today, I am going to cover a few housekeeping details. Of course, we do have some of those awesome prizes lined up for you, and I will get back to those in just a moment. But first, I want to draw your attention to the questions box in your webinar control panel. If you haven't already said hi, there is a huge audience out there today, and so many of your industry colleagues and peers are gathered together for this summit. So reach out and give a wave to those other members of the Actual Tech Media community. We also want this to be an informative event for you, which means we want to see those technical questions. So throughout today's summit, we hope you'll get engaged and make sure to ask all the questions you have about the solutions and strategies we'll be exploring together. Not only will we have team members responding to you during the live event, we'll also have a dedicated Q&A session at the end of each presentation. If we don't get to your question during the live event, don't worry. The subject matter experts from SimSpace, Strongtm, Zerto, Rubric, IBM Cloud, Duo, Delinea, Rapid7, Quantum, and Nutanix will be following up with you afterwards. Now, we all know that good things should be shared. So today on the summit, when you hear something awesome or exciting, be sure to share it with your friends. You can use that Twitter button right there in your audience console, and the hashtag for today's summit will automatically be added to your post. And while you're exploring that audience console, make sure to check out the Handout tab, where you'll find some fantastic resources and takeaways from our speakers here today. We've got an information-packed collection of solution briefs, white papers, data sheets, free trials, ebooks, upcoming events, and more. So click around to that handout section and download some of those awesome resources. For those of you I haven't met yet, my name is Scott Becker with Actual Tech Media, and I'm excited to be your moderator for this incredible summit today. And as always, it's not just awesome content we're giving away today. And if you thought our list of presenters was long, you better believe we have a grand prize list to match it. So let me walk you through our incredible lineup of prizes. Today we will be giving away 3 Apple M1 iPad Airs. These are the 256 gig versions with Wi-Fi, and you can pick your color if you win one. We have 3 Apple M2 MacBook Pros to give away. This is the 13-inch model with 256 gigs. On the Windows side of the ledger, we're giving away 3 Surface Pro 8s. These are powerful systems with 8 gigs of memory and 256 gigs of storage. And that's not all. When it comes to grand prizes, we're also giving away 2 Apple Watch Series 7s. And that's not even including the $300 Amazon gift cards that we will be giving away every 30 minutes. So for those of you who saw something that you liked for Prime Day last week but passed on it for any reason, there are 10 chances today to get a gift card and maybe go back on Amazon.com and get that goodie. Now, as a reminder, you must be in attendance during the live event to qualify for the prize, and all winners must meet the Actual Tech Media prize terms and conditions. If you're not sure about what those are, you can find the full T's and C's in the Handouts tab Again, just click into that handout section of your audience console and scroll down to the bottom. You'll find it there. We'll follow up with all the winners after the event. And again, if you have any questions about whether or not you're eligible to win any of the prizes today, check out those terms and conditions in the Handouts tab. And just a few quick reminders on the slide here, including that all grand prize winners are required to submit an IRS Form W-9 to Actual Tech Media. As I mentioned earlier, that question section of your audience console is great for posting feedback. Also, by the way, any technical issues that might come up today, a quick reminder that a browser refresh will fix just about any issues with slides, audio, or video. But if not, throw a comment in the question section and our crew will be there to help. That said, the absolute most important thing to remember here is how we love getting all of your insightful questions during these live events. In fact, we want your questions to come in so much that we have a special additional prize for all of you inquisitive folks out there. In today's summit, we'll be giving away a $50 Amazon gift card to the best question asked in each of our live sessions. So let me remind you, that's 10 additional opportunities to win today. The teams will review all the questions asked after the event, which means if your question doesn't get read out in a live session, there's still a chance to win. And if you are a winner today, you always have the option to donate the value of the prize to one of our selected charities. Thanks to generous prize winners on previous Actual Tech Media events, thousands of dollars have been donated to these wonderful charities. So if you're a lucky winner and you would like to get involved with one of these amazing organizations, let us know and we would love to help make that happen. Again, we're so happy to have you all here at the live event today, and we want to keep that good feeling going. So let's connect on social. First, use that Twitter button we chatted about earlier. It'll add the hashtag for today's event as you share all the exciting things that you're learning. And next, make sure to connect with Actual Tech Media on Twitter and Facebook. We do want to hear from you. And if you're looking for more awesome content after the summit today, make sure to subscribe to Actual Tech Media on YouTube. And while you're exploring, we also have some great content for you on LinkedIn, so make sure to reach out and connect with us there. And speaking of exciting content, if you haven't already checked out the Actual Tech Media Guerrilla Guide Book Club, now is the time. Guerrilla Guide Book Club gives you access to free enterprise IT books written by top industry experts, so you can stay up to date on trending enterprise technology. And yes, these books will work on your Kindle or mobile device, and they are all completely free. You can download these resources at guerrillaguide.com, and there's a link in the Handouts tab for you as well. And actually, we've got one more way to win a prize, and that's to refer an industry friend or coworker to the Actual Tech Media event series. You'll find a link to do that right in your Handouts tab, and you'll be automatically redirected at the end of the event as well. And we promise not to spam your friends and coworkers. We will send them an invitation to a list of upcoming events, and if they don't respond, they'll only get one more reminder from us. Both you and your coworker could win a $300 Amazon gift card, and we hold those drawings every month. So be sure to refer a friend because it could quite literally be a win-win situation. Okay, so we've covered a lot of really important things already, a lot of housekeeping details, a lot of introductory stuff. But now, to get us ready for all the great sessions coming all day long, our friend Ned Balavance of Ned in the Cloud fame is here to give us some important context. We're going to hear about great tools and services all day, but Ned's got some fantastic insights for how to make sure that new tools and services become an integral part of your organization's culture. So Ned, we are geared up. We're ready to get rolling on this summit, so let's get moving. The mic is all yours.
Hey everyone, I'm Ned Balavance, and today I wanted to take a moment and consider tooling and its place in your organization. But before I do, I'm going to start with something completely different. There's a trend I'm sure we've all noticed around the holidays, a massive ramp up in the number of commercials you see for exercise equipment. Peloton, Nordic Track, Bowflex, the Ab Flexor 6000, now with more flexoration. It's the same thing with crash diets and gym memberships. It's because those companies know people are going to make a New Year's resolution to improve themselves in the next year. And those people, they are searching for a simple solution to help them achieve their goals. Now, maybe buying that $3,000 Bowflex Platinum Edition will finally be the thing to motivate me to exercise more. In a couple months, I'll have a buff, beach-ready bod just in time for swimsuit season. At least, that's like the dream. I buy some new fancy thing, and that thing is the missing piece to bring me to fitness nirvana, except it doesn't. Does it? The reality is that the new Nordic track is more likely to become a coat rack. The Bowflex makes a slow migration from the den to the garage sale. And I am still me, only a few $1,000s poorer. Now, why is that? I started out all excited about this new gizmo. I used the new gizmo, and it was hard work, but I kept up with it for a few weeks, or maybe only days, but eventually it was too hard. Then I started to ignore that gizmo, and maybe I even came to resent that gizmo for failing on its promise. Sooner or later, the gizmo is gone, and it's next New Year's, and the next gizmo is already on its way to solve all my problems, and this time, it will work. Only, it won't. And the reason is that change is hard. Change requires me to alter my habits and routines. It requires me to change something about myself. And that's not something a shiny new machine can do. Now, what does this all have to do with technology tooling? In case you haven't already started building some parallels in your head, I think there's a pretty clear mapping between the curve of disillusionment with exercise equipment and IT tooling. Buying the latest shiny DevOps-armed AI ML tool isn't going to change your organization's habits, aka culture, routines, aka process, or employees, aka people. It will become another modern art sculpture collecting dust in your metaphorical software garage. Now, does that mean that you're doomed and all these tools are useless? Does that mean these new tools cannot help? Of course not. To extend the metaphor, my Bowflex was perfectly fine, but it didn't fit me or my lifestyle, and so it became uncomfortable furniture. Now, before you go shopping for an exercise gizmo, you need to understand yourself and how you function best. Likewise, when surveying the IT tooling landscape, you first need to understand your organization and how it functions best. And there is a chance that your organization will need to make some changes to its people and process before those tools become relevant. Now, that sounds hard, doesn't it? That's because it is. If you could simply buy success with the swipe of a credit card, everyone would do it. The point is to ask some hard questions. What can you do to improve your chances of success? Let's start with 3 questions to ask today. And you're not going to be able to answer those questions today on your own. They're going to require input from other stakeholders in your organization. The first one is, how does your organization judge success? Without knowing what the goal is, it's pretty hard to find a process or tool that satisfies the requirement. I can say I want to be in better shape, but what does that actually mean? It could mean running a 4-minute mile, or benching 300 pounds, or having chiseled abs. The criteria for success are going to influence your plan to get there. The next question to ask yourself is, how does each group in the organization contribute to that organization's success? This is a team activity after all, and it's not just up to the IT ops team or the security team or the developers. Each team is going to contribute to the organization's success in their own way. For developers, that might be shipping new features. For ops, it might be uptime and performance. And security might care about preventing breaches to build customer trust. Now, I want to note that that is an end goal of building customer trust with the enabling action of preventing breaches. All of these groups contribute in their own different ways. The third big question is, what does each group need to be successful? Now that you know how each of those groups contributes to overall success and what that overall success looks like, what do they need individually to be successful? Now we're finally getting into the people, processes, and yes, indeed, tooling that will make each group successful. Now, these are tough questions. And depending on where you sit in the organization, your scope of influence may be limited. But even if you aren't empowered to change the whole organization, you can identify and change what's under your control. Now, that might be a new process, might be training and education for your people, or it could be a shiny new IT tool. But without proper diagnosis and reflection, it's hard to treat the problem effectively. So before you go out and buy that shiny new tool, take a moment to reflect on you and your organization, and then decide if it's a tool that's right for you. Thanks so much for your time today. I would love to hear your thoughts on where tool selection fits into your organization's success. You can find me on Twitter at Ned1313 or on my website, nedinthecloud.com. Till next time, stay healthy, stay safe out there. Bye for now.
All right. Thanks for that awesome keynote, Ned. It was a great framework to get us ready to hear about all the innovative technologies that we might think about adding to our environments. And before we get to our first session of the day, we have a couple of quick polls for you. The first one is about what's your time frame for adding new or updating existing IT solutions at your company. Options there are 0 to 6 months, 6 months to a year, 1 to 2 years, and then not sure. So we'll just leave that open here for a few more seconds. Thanks to everybody who's responded already. Okay, thanks for all the responses on that one. And we have one more poll question before we get into our first session. So if somebody asked you to describe your role in your organization at a high level, how would you describe yourself? Would you say that you work in tech, as in I work in tech? Or, do you say more like I'm in IT, as IT or IT department? Or is there something else? Is there an other phrase that you use? We'd love to hear in the questions if the response is another. But it's just, we have a sense that the terminology is changing, the way everybody is talking about themselves. And we'd love to get just a quick pulse from you guys on that. All right. And I'll just quickly pop over here to the results. You can see almost 60% are, people are saying I'm in IT, and smaller percent saying I'm in tech. So thanks to everybody for giving us feedback on that. We do really appreciate that. And now it's time for our first presentation in the virtual summit. And our kickoff session comes from SimSpace. And presenting for SimSpace is Josh Mason, Global Partners SE Lead for Enablement. Josh, welcome to the summit.
Thank you for having me. And as the SE Lead and Enablement Manager, my job is to get people understanding what we do here. So SimSpace is a range platform, and we build high-fidelity bespoke ranges that fit whatever our customers need. And a lot of people ask, what is a range? Well, my background, I was a pilot in the United States Air Force and then a cyber warfare officer. I taught at the United States Air Force Special Operations School and have also taught at the Defense Cybercrime Center's Cyber Training Academy before coming to SimSpace. And so I have some experience in what I'm used to as a range and what many people in the military know as a range. And I want to go through an example of one of those to kind of give you a picture of what we can do with a cyber range. So a cyber range over here on the right, it's a giant network. On the left, we've got the Eglin Range. And let me do a little bit of history. I'll take a couple minutes for this. The Eglin Range is a landmass of over 1,000 acres of forest, swamp, and shoreline down in the Florida Panhandle. And on top of that, there's also airspace that covers large portions of the Florida Panhandle, southern Alabama, and a giant chunk of the Gulf of Mexico. It was initially established prior to World War II in 1937 as a location to test aircraft, and it still does. It then grew into a place to test weapons. It's a large space that's fairly uninhabited. And so if it falls off a plane, if it fires off of an aircraft, if it flies through the air, it's been tested and exploded in or around the Eglin Range. It's also been used for mission rehearsal, dating all the way back to the Doolittle Raiders and Son Tay raids during the Vietnam conflict, and is currently used for ground training. It is the swamp portion of Ranger School, the Navy's EOD, Explosive Ordnance Disposal School, where they train all EOD technicians across all branches, and is the 7th Special Forces Group, also homed at Eglin Air Force Base, works on the Eglin Range. There's also training occurring in the sky. The 1st Special Operations Wing at Hurlburt Field does all of their daily flying and mission execution and rehearsal in the Eglin Range. That's a C-130, AC-130 gunship there on the left. Not my plane, but very similar. And I got used to hearing them flying every afternoon over the range, blowing holes in the ground. So a range can be used to test, it can be used to train, it can be used for mission rehearsal. So what do we do with a cyber range? Well, in 2015, our founder, Hutch, a former F-15 pilot himself, was working at U.S. Cyber Command and was put in charge of building out U.S. Cyber Flag. It's very similar to Red Flag or Green Flag or Maple Flag, other training event exercises that the U.S. military and Canadian military actually put on that are large scale, where giant chunks of the U.S. military go to war in ranges across the country. Well, there wasn't a high fidelity range to do this for cyber warfare. So he reached out to Lee Rossi, who was working at MIT Lincoln Lab and had been working on some amazing technology, and they built out CyberFlag. We are now headquartered in Boston, Massachusetts, right down the street actually from MIT Lincoln Lab. And we're the market leader in cyber ranges. Our largest consumer is the U.S. Department of Defense and U.S. Cyber Command. For them, we have a 25,000 endpoint range that they use for the persistent cyber training environment. We've grown and expanded to include 5 of the top 10 banks in the world, some global system integrators, and some ISPs even. And we continue to grow and provide what we've scaled for the U.S. military and our ability to hone and refine our ranges so that we can provide a product that is bespoke to our customers. And the way that that's worked in the past, we've done large-scale exercises that included DARPA, SIFMA, Harvard Kennedy School back in 2018 ran an exercise to test federal election voting boxes, and they were able to do that with our platform. And we still consistently provide the persistent cyber training environment for the U.S. military. A range, like everything in cyber, has layers. And the emulation layer is something everyone's used to. vCenter is not new. Labs are not new. Virtualizing computers, servers, switches, and routers is not new. And especially with cloud computing, it's something everyone's used to. But we also have the ability to bring in OT, IoT, ICS devices and connect the physical world into our lab, our range environment. We throw on top of that actual routing and switching, Active Directory, and our emulated users, which is a little different. We don't generate traffic. We don't play back PCAP captures. We actually have an engine. It's one of the big things that our team built out in the beginning. Emulated users that are on your endpoints in the range who are creating files, deleting files, opening emails, saving things to the shared drive, navigating to websites, making blog posts, all the things that your users can do. And we can hone those and tune that to fit the sort of traffic you would expect in your environment on your enterprise system. And then we throw on top of that our participation layer. We run events where a blue team, a red team, or a purple team and evaluators can all interact in this space. What that tends to look like is we have a range that includes, in this case, there's firewalls, there's ATMs, there's the line of business and payment servers. This is just one example of a fairly medium-sized financial institution. And we can throw in any solution that the client uses on a regular basis. If they use Splunk, if they've got Palo Altos, if they have CrowdStrike and Falcon, we can integrate whatever it is into the lab so that when you're having an exercise in the lab, it looks and feels like you're actually on your own network. And ideally, we create a virtual twin of your environment. It's something that was spoken about at the Gartner keynote a few months ago, and it's something that we have the ability to build out and produce. With that range, you can do process and stack optimization with a range. You want to evaluate a new product. You don't need to figure out how to fit it into your enterprise system. You can throw it into the range, and if it doesn't work, you can tune it there until you get it to a point where you realize we don't want this product, we do want this product, we want it, and we want it to look like this. You can do all of that identification and tuning in the range. Plus, you can then throw your teams in there and do skills evaluation. You can do continuing education. You can pull in virtual machines that are available on the web or create your own. You can take your own servers and virtualize them and put them in the range and see if they're vulnerable, if we can attack them. If you're running a Java application, put it in the range in the DMZ and see if we can attack it with Log4j. That might not be something you want to do on your enterprise system, but in the range, you can do that because worst case scenario, you just got to turn it off and turn it back on again. We can then go even deeper and do risk mitigation and compliance reporting in the range. It's all dependent on how much you scale and how much you want it to look and feel exactly like your network. Imagine doing a pen test where you don't have to keep things out of scope with fear of knocking them over, including OT and ICS devices. You can hit them because worst case scenario, you can just turn it off and turn it back on again. We can then use the technology for candidate assessment and individual training. We run CTFs and team versus team events. And a little bit of what that looks like, especially with all of our advantages, let me build this out, is, here's one example, just a lab environment that we created for UTSA. And this one is what we're kind of used to for a lab environment. But it has a little higher fidelity, and we can tune it specifically to the needs of what they're teaching. If they've got specific devices or software that come up in the class, we can make the range look just like that, which is not that different from most people who have a range in like vCenter. What's a little more impressive is our ability to scale at large amounts. So this was an event last year that we ran for US Cyber Command, and they had over 3,000 endpoints with over 500 team members, and I'll zoom in a little bit for you. 30 different teams, each with their own enterprise network there to defend, a gray space and a staff cell for managing it, and then a whole separate Op4 to attack all these different teams to see, are they going to identify intrusions? Are they going to be able to mitigate? Can they do proper investigations? We can then scale that down and make that work for an individual organization. So we did this last week for one of the top banks in the world. We ran 3 of their SOC teams over a 24-hour process, 3 different shifts, one in North America, one in Europe, and one in India, and tested to see if they could actually handle our attacks. Our red team went at them and with everything they had, from specialized malware that we've built out to 0 days that we've created, all the way to Cobalt Strike and Metasploit, some off-the-shelf Git rats, if you will, to identify if the team can actually operate and how they follow the processes that the organization set out. You have a SOC team, and you might know that they've done this course or that course, they have this certification, they have this degree, but how do you know that they work together, that they actually follow the playbooks that you've set out? You could do a breach and attack simulation, you could do a tabletop with them, but really, let's put them on machines, throw malware at them, throw a whole incident, and see how do they perform under pressure. It's something that we do in the military on a regular basis, and it's something that now, with a high fidelity range, we can do with organizations, with SOC teams, with security teams. This is an example. We worked with a retailer, one of the top few retailers in the United States, and ran one of these events a few weeks ago. And each of those different colors is a separate attack. And every time there's more than one line, that means we had a C2 callback, and a third line means we had data exfiltration. We can also use this to optimize security stacks. I mentioned it before, but if you make a digital twin, then you can switch out parts, you can switch out firewalls, you can switch out EDRs, you can switch out SOAR solutions, get a test or a license only for a set period of time from a vendor, plug that into the range, and see if you like it more. It's one of those things, to do it on your enterprise systems, a big pull. But in a range, it's a lot simpler because you're not going to interfere with business operations while you're doing that evaluation. And we've built this out and utilized it for some major organizations, some major corporations, to do a full spectrum. Test their stack, test their people, test their processes, because people, process, and technology is the key to risk management. Now, what does our platform look like? And I'll run you through this quickly. We have a video out on YouTube that goes into a little more fidelity, but we start with a portal where navigation is fairly simple and tech support is easy to access. And we have a wizard for building out a range. And given a couple minutes, we could have a high fidelity range that is ready to go with users, Active Directory, Outlook, all set up just like that because our back end is all prepared. We then use these in live action events where we can tailor participant levels to their needs. If the red team is participating, you don't want them to see the full network. You want them to have to discover just like everyone else. Maybe your blue team. You only want them to be able to access the SOC, that security subnet. Everything else they need to tunnel into the same way they would in your enterprise network. If the SOC is in New York and they are investigating a machine in LA, they're not going to fly out to LA and walk up to the console and work on it. They need to PowerShell or remote desktop or use their SOAR solution or whatnot to access that machine to pull information. And just like you would a real-world investigation, we can implement that in the range. People have access to the machines where they can console in, and it's similar to Guacamole if you're used to a web interface for a virtual machine, where then it's fully operational desktop right in your browser. We use these events tied to objectives and key cyber terrain, specific to your organization and what your needs are. And then can tie in our automated attacks, which match the IOCs and the TTPs that you would find in MITRE ATT&CK Navigator and in, say, your CTI from Mandiant. If we have a Leviathan threat, it's going to attack and operate just like Leviathan, launching off a phishing campaign with a downloader that the user, our emulated users, will open up the attachment. They will run the file because they are Carl and they have poor security training. So they open and execute the files just like you want them to when you're an attacker. And this is important because then we see if users who are one of the hardest things for us security folks, if they do what they do we have the mitigations in place to secure and investigate and mitigate our network from the attacks? These events, we use Defender logs, a ticketing system within the environment. That way we can identify threat actions, we can see what the security team is doing, and then we tie those to the automated attacks to identify whether they were successful in achieving the objective set out for the event. We can view these automated attacks in real time with our network impact map. And at the end, in the assessment phase, we can correlate the defensive tickets to the attack campaigns to identify how effective the team was in achieving their outcomes. We have live action event scoring, and through that we can then provide remediation, maybe process improvement, and we also have training available on our platform. It's not one of our primary things, but it is something that we are quite proud of, and our training is constantly being added to. When I began here a few months ago, we had 500 hours of training. We're now at 750 hours of training, and that's going to only continue and grow. And new training comes out pretty quickly. On the slides, you might see the PwnKit and Log4 shell. As soon as those CVEs, as soon as those vulnerabilities hit the news, about a week, we had training up on the platform. And since we have the virtual machines for the training, we have the virtual machines to throw into a range if you want to see what does this look like in our environment. Overall, it covers a wide array of skills and knowledge, and within that training, we also provide little labs and ranges built on our same infrastructure. We can then tie these labs together, and you can run a whole event where every participant sees the same lab, sees the same questions, and we can test and assess how everyone is doing. We can even set this up for assessments where a user can run through one of these challenges. You would see the score, and they don't even need to make an account on the platform. It would be great for onboarding and determining whether someone actually has the skills that their resume and LinkedIn say they have. We also have a whole personnel dashboard where you can assign different training, different challenges to your team and see how do we do as an organization? Where do people need training? This was kind of a quick demo and talk about a range, but I would love to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, super. Josh, that was a great presentation. Love the intro into of the Eglin Range as a metaphor for what you guys do. And while we see what questions we have here, I'll just pull up the poll question, just about any additional information that people would like about SimSpace. But let's get into these questions here. First one, how does user emulation work?
So we have a Puppet that runs on the back end, and it's neat technology where, again, our emulated users will actually be running on each individual machine. And if you were to console into that machine, you'll see it running things without your input. They will open up Outlook, read, send emails, delete emails, which makes investigations fun and difficult because they might delete that email that actually started off your whole infection. They'll upload files to the shared drive. They'll download files to the shared drive. They will navigate to things outside of the network, and we have an external internet inside the range that then provides actual telemetry not a PCAP replay, not a network traffic generator, but actual traffic in real time running across your firewalls, running across your sensors.
Okay, super. Next one, who needs a cyber range? You know, are there particular verticals, you know, or business types that benefit the most, or is it pretty broad?
Yeah, when I started here, one of my good friends, my old boss, Neil Bridges, asked me about a use case. One of his friends, when we were at Gartner, he's a CISO, and he said, does their organization need a range? And hearing that they used an MSSP, that their security team was really only 3 strong, no, I don't think that they necessarily would need a range. They might be, it might be useful as a digital twin, but really I want their MSSP to have a range. I want them to test themselves on a regular basis. Maybe have us or one of our partners like Mandiant, who does threat space, to do training and test their SOC team, throw real malware against them, see how they respond. Do they actually follow the procedures that the SOC leads have set out? Or, I don't know, we found out last week that there's some participants in the SOC who were kind of cowboying it last week, and they're going to have some remediation training with their own team in the next couple weeks. So those guys, people running a SOC, the people who will be running an investigation, maybe pen testers, or if you're at a cyber maturity where having a digital twin to test configurations, that might be the level. But small teams, small companies, it might not be a great fit.
Okay, great. You know, and we did have one question, you know, that's kind of a follow-up to that, and I apologize to whoever asked it. There are so many questions in here for you, Josh, that we can't hope to get into them. But somebody was asking, like, you know, whether you tailor, you know, simulations for different verticals, and how frequently you update some of those things.
Oh yeah. We had one LFE last week, a live fire exercise that was run 24 hours straight, which was hard for our team. At least the SOC shifts got to like leave after 8 hours. And it was very financial motivated. There were ATMs. There's a version of Swift on that range. The one that they used last week actually has 1,100 endpoints. It's quite large. A week before that, I was a scribe at an LFE. It was 2 or 4 4-hour shifts over 2 days for 4 different SOC teams. And for that, it looked very much like their local network, if you will, for their retail business, where they had an east site and a west site and different server nets, and yeah, we tailor specific to the individual, and we can fit whatever vertical, we can fit whatever solution, whatever software they're running. It's one of the great things of just having the capability of building a bespoke range.
Gotcha. Yeah, and as I said, there are so many questions here. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, Josh, and we've got to, you know, move on. But you know, to the extent that you're able to, you know, answer any questions in chat, we'd appreciate it.
Sure.
And we'll of course get you the questions afterward. But if somebody does want to get started with SimSpace or find out more, what do you recommend?
Yeah, if you go to our website, simspace.com, there's a place to set up a call with one of our sales reps or get a demo from me or one of our other sales engineers. You can find us on LinkedIn, or you can find myself on LinkedIn, Joshua Mason, and would love to answer any questions or put you in touch with whoever you need to get you what you need.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Josh, and thanks so much for educating us on SimSpace. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
And now it's time for the first of our many prize drawings for the day, and the winner of our first $300 Amazon gift card today is DeAndre Sanchez from Texas. So congratulations to DeAndre. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Tools Summit, and our next session comes from Strongtm. Presenting for Strongtm is Michael Wilson, Senior Sales Engineer, and he'll be joined for Q&A later on by Solutions Architect Greg Thomas Baldwin. So let me turn things over to Michael.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. I'm Michael Wilson, Senior Sales Engineer at Strongtm, and Greg will be joining us later to help answer any audience questions. I wanted to take the time to speak with you about the current state of access management and the challenges this introduces, what the future of infrastructure access looks like with the growth of identities, and then we'll spend some time taking a look at a demo of Strongtm, and lastly, we'll wrap up with any questions from the audience. In recent years, the nature of work has changed. Top of mind is the number of people that are now working remotely due to COVID. Many employees have been forced to work from home and continue to do so. Some of us are quite happy with this change, but it poses a lot of unique challenges. Headquarters have vanished, and simple to secure infrastructure vanished with it. Centralized IT has been replaced by a decentralized workforce with employees everywhere. Coupled with the rapid rise in cloud technologies, tech stacks have evolved into complex beasts, on-prem, hybrid, multi-cloud, all being utilized in some form or another. Toss in the increasing adoption of Kubernetes, containers, and other microservices, and it's clear that there are a lot of components in today's tech stacks. Additionally, the number of technical employees needing access to sensitive information is also increasing. The rise of the technical employee is upon us, and these employees are using data and technology every day and require access to sensitive information and systems to get their jobs done. We aren't just talking about ensuring secure point-in-time access for engineers and developers, but enabling data scientists, product managers, marketers, salespeople, and more. In order to compete in the digital age, modern organizations are adopting a more flexible IT infrastructure strategy, one that includes more resources, more tools, more data, more servers, as well as more web apps and integrations, basically more of everything. This is the era of the limitless stack. It has no boundaries, it is ephemeral, it is shape-shifting, and it will continue to evolve. Legacy access management solutions were not designed to keep up with all these users in all these places. They also never contemplated the complexity and elasticity of today's modern environments. Increasingly complex stacks, off-limits networks, and ephemeral servers, this tangle of resources is difficult for anyone to map or even see clearly. Layer onto that the need to keep it all secure and compliant. And how could you possibly manage and enable secure access to all these resources for all the people who need it? This is where I can say with confidence that access is overdue for innovation. Shouldn't we be putting people at the center and devising ways which are easy, fast, and secure for all those people to gain access to what they need without causing administrative headaches, loss of productivity, and opening the door for these people to create vulnerabilities within our already complex infrastructure? As we consider the future of infrastructure environments, the rise of digital identities, and the number of employees that need access to all these resources, we need to adopt tools that streamline access while maintaining secure controls. In a survey completed by the Identity and Security Alliance, 84% of companies report experiencing an identity breach in the past year. Of these companies that reported that breach, 96% report it could have been prevented or minimized by implementing identity-focused security outcomes. And with the army of remote workers and contractors accessing all these resources, we need to make sure that this access is done securely. Identity-related breaches are a continued threat and have a direct impact on business. The security implications are real. The report also stated that 78% of companies experienced impacts on the business, such as recovery costs and reputational damage because of breach. Let's think about breaches that have affected the industry, one of them being the Colonial Pipeline attack that occurred last year. That attack occurred through a legacy VPN that was no longer in use by the company. Or what about the supply chain attack that occurred with the SolarWinds hack? Organizations need to constantly protect themselves from security threats, and a good place to start is with access management. In all the efforts to make things secure, we end up building gates, walls, and hoops for everyone to jump through. Systems are now secure, but also incredibly cumbersome for the people who actually need access to the infrastructure to do their jobs. The result grows obscure, complex, and painful to use. People can't get access to the resources they need to do their jobs. That's when people start to build workarounds, leave out of frustration, and the dreaded shadow IT surfaces its rebellious head. We know that security is only effective when people can adopt it. Without the right tools, organizations lose time, money, and frankly, our most valuable resource, our people. We already talked about the need for access to be secure. And with stolen credentials, phishing, account takeovers, and so on, but what we can't overlook is the impact of access on productivity. Strongtm has recent research that asked this same question, and it showed 73% of employees require 15 or more minutes to get access to infrastructure, with over 30% requiring more than 30 minutes. As an engineer, I understand the pain of toil. Access management needs to be one of those things that can be automated in a secure way. In this day and age of rising salaries, talent shortages, and pressure to hit corporate objectives, it becomes of paramount importance to maximize efficiencies, and that means productivity. We found that organizations have their productivity impacted on a weekly or daily basis because of access issues. And 52% of development teams reported missing deadlines as they were waiting for access and being held accountable for the missed deadline, even though they couldn't access the infrastructure that they needed. What if an access management solution was built around the needs of people first? What if it was easy to use and designed to be secure by default and auditable? Strongtm is proud to introduce a radical and new approach to the modern tech stack. We call it People First Access, and it rethinks access around the people who need it, making it incredibly simple and usable while ensuring total security and compliance. And now let's jump into a demo. All right, I'm sharing my screen. So the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and log into the Strongtm client, which on the Mac is going to be up here at the top of the screen. And I'm using 1Password to log in, and then we're using Octa as our SSO. So I'm getting a push on my phone right now for multi-factor authentication. Yes, it's me. 13 is the magic number. How lucky is that? And now I'm authenticated. The first thing you'll see here is that list of resources that I have access to, and that's based on my role. So my current role is as a sales engineer. I have access to some of these demo environments. And the first thing I want to show you is this Postgres database server here that I'm going to connect to using my client of choice, which is Beekeeper. And one thing you'll notice is that I'm connecting to localhost, and this is kind of a magic port number here, which is shown right here, 15432. Otherwise, I don't need a username or a password, and I just connect normally. And you'll see here, I already have entered kind of my first query. And when I send that over, I get 1,000 records back. And I'll show you what that looks like in the auditing logs, but it's just as simple as that. You're just going to use whatever your database client of choice is for that. And then another example we'll use here is for SSH. You'll see I've got this SSH server listed here at staging-ssh-ubuntu. All I actually need to type in here is SSH and a unique substring of that server name. I'm not going to provide any PEM files or user credentials. None of that stuff lives on my machine. And I'm connected. As you can see, I can top. I can, I don't know, fix something. Arguably, that's why we would be logged into this machine in the first place. And yeah, just like that. And then let's take a look at what this looks like in Strongtm. I'm going to connect to the admin UI. There we go. And the first thing we'll see is all of the users. And but let's take a look at the logs. first. You can see here where I logged in, I logged out, I logged in using Octa, and logged into the admin UI, which was just now. You can see this query here that I sent from Beekeeper earlier, that it returned 1,000 rows. That went really fast, 96 milliseconds. That's the resource name that I connected on. In addition, you can see there's some other information that was sent from the client kind of in the background. So, rest assured that pretty much anything going on that database server is going to be logged for auditing purposes. And then this is really cool. So this is that SSH session that I connected to here, and I can play that back just like a movie. You can see every keystroke. You can speed this up if you want. This is searchable. This is greppable. And you can use this also for training purposes. If you've got that like one thing that happens, once or twice a year that nobody knows how to fix it, you can just have a little recording of somebody fixing that, which is really handy. So let me show you how easy it is to onboard and offboard your teams using our Skim integration with Octa. So I'm going to go ahead and log into Octa as if I was an admin here. And let me find myself. And you'll see that I'm currently sitting in this Octa engineering group, which is what actually gives me access to these resources here. And if I remove myself from that group, now I'm offboarding, and boom, I'm immediately disconnected from all of those services. Say, I don't know, I got a downgrade. Now I'm in this Octa minimal group, and I have access to much smaller subset of resources. So really, really easy. Basically, onboarding and offboarding technical staff becomes a function of HR once you've got all this set up. So, and then finally, a lot of folks have questions about where these logs are stored and what options are available there. So this is log encryption and storage settings. You can store your logs with Strongtm for up to 13 months, or you can opt out of that. You can use Strongtm's encryption or your own public key. Additionally, you can pipe out all of your logs to whatever your SIM of choice is, if that's a Datadog or a Splunk or multiple SIMs. And you can use that for fancy alerting and monitoring and data visualization. Most of our customers are choosing to use the Strongtm storage for up to 13 months, and at the same time piping that out to their SIM, so they have that redundancy as well as some of those richer features. And that's about it for my demo. I think at this point we can move on to some questions and answers from the audience.
Okay, great presentation. Really cool demo there, Michael. And let's see, Michael and Greg, are you guys ready for some questions?
I'm ready. Greg, are you ready?
Always. All right. And while we take some questions, we do have a couple of quick poll questions we're going to get up there, and then we have a resource slide. But so if everybody can answer that first question, greatly appreciate it. So you guys mentioned audit logs. Are those available for all resource types?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I mean, all the resource types that are supported that that are part of your Strongtm implementation, like every command of those resources are going to be logged. That's kind of the way it works. The gateway is that single point of access, so everything goes through that gateway and everything gets logged for auditing purposes.
Okay, super. There's a question here from. The questions are coming in so fast they're moving on me. Sridhar is asking, what's the skill set level needed on your platform?
I'd have to ask for clarification for the users, for the admins.
I would say it's very easy. for deployment of this is simple once you understand how the architecture works, and then the users don't have to go through a series of connecting to VPNs and knowing where servers are. It's a client, shows you the name, shows you the port, simplifies the access of the end user, and management from the administrative side is, I believe once you get into it, you'd see that it's one of the simplest ways of managing a complex environment, especially once you get into the automated pieces when you start trying to scale.
Okay, super. The next one here is how is Strongtm deployed on our resources or our infrastructure? This is an agent versus agentless question.
Yeah, there's no agents on the resources. So the gateway is going to use the native protocols to connect to all of the resources and inject the credentials there. So there's no agents. The only thing you'll need is the agents running on your infrastructure, and then, or sorry, not the agents, the gateways running on your infrastructure that connect to your resources, and you'll need the client running on the workstations of whoever's using the gateways.
Okay, super. And Adam has a question for Michael. Will Strongtm work with a cloud-only organization with servers, only SaaS apps and Azure?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're designed for the cloud, and with regard to SaaS apps, we really focus on your infrastructure, so your servers, your databases. We do support some use cases for SaaS apps. I don't know if Greg wants to speak to that question.
Yeah, we can do some of your SaaS apps around auth headers and some scripting that's there. Natively, we're not initially designed for SaaS apps out of the box, but we have the ability to adapt that. But with regards to cloud-only organizations, that's our bread and butter, and then we also help on-prem get connected to the cloud and become a connector.
Okay, great. Next question comes from Abhishek, who's asking if the Strongtm solution has single sign-on capability for identity and access management.
I think I answered that one directly, or I chose private accidentally, but yes, it does. Absolutely. Okay. I would want to investigate that further, and I see Abhishek asking a couple of questions, which are great. I do want to encourage you to reach out to me. In one of my replies, I left my contact information. We can discuss. We work with MSPs. We've got several customers who are MSPs doing similar things to what Abhishek has listed off in a couple of his questions. And I want to make sure that talk through and see if we're a good fit for them.
Okay, super. Next question here comes from Randall. He's asking, how easy is it to implement an organization with 5,000 plus field employees?
That's part of my. Go ahead.
Greg, I was just gonna say, with scripting tools like Terraform and Ansible, like I think really it's a question of how familiar and comfortable you are with implementing those kinds of solutions in your organization. I think that theoretically the 500, 5,000 with scripting it's all the same, but I think it does pose some challenges that Greg can speak to.
Well, I was going to say to the employee side of things, usually you're going to have a IDP of some sort that you're going to be connecting to and referencing. We integrate with Skim into all your standard IDPs, which would allow you to have a single source of truth. You're onboarding, you're offboarding those users in your, let's just say Octa, for example. We're going to get that update, whatever group's there, and they're going to inherit access through Strongtm through the roles that are assigned. It makes it very easy to manage. It's just a question of what you're using for your IDP that will individualize the experience.
Okay, super. And for everybody, I did just update the poll to additional information that you'd like about the Strongtm solution. So we'll let that poll run in the background. Next question here comes from Mark, and he's asking, besides KeePass and Bitwarden, do you have any password manager recommendations? And then he's asking as an MSP, for MSPs, and then also for clients and end users.
I don't want to promote anybody else's software, but we integrate and see Vault quite a bit, and I would encourage that as it's agnostic to your cloud providers.
Okay. Tremendous. What does Strongtm do to support zero trust initiatives in the cloud?
We bolt into the infrastructure side of access and allow you just-in-time controls to the resources you're looking for, and only access to those resources that you're looking for. One of the analogies we like to use with how we work, and we can explain this more in a demo if you'd like. When signing on to a VPN, for example, it's like giving your user a badge to the building and tell them to go to a room. With Strongtm, we walk you to the room, to the keyboard, and you have access to nothing else. You're straight to the resource. You never traverse or have access to the full network. That's the beauty of our gateways and relays and positioning them right next to the resources, and then mediating that connection from your client to that gateway.
Gotcha. Super. Well, it looks like we're running out of time, but Michael, I'll ask Deb's question here, which is, as we wrap up, how does somebody get started with Strongtm?
Oh man, well you can connect with us on our website and request a demo, download white papers. I saw a lot of folks looking for white papers in that last poll there, as well as I think someone from our team will probably reaching out to folks who attended the webinar and seeing if they'd like more information as well. So.
Awesome. Yeah, and I did just put up the resource slide that you guys had, which has some research on the access productivity gap, a link to book a demo, and a link to start the 14-day trial. So I'll leave that up there for a few more seconds. But
that report is eye-opening. I encourage people to have a look at that. We surveyed a number of folks, and the results are telling. I think the poll indicated that we did earlier, like 20% of folks, it sounded like it was weeks or months to offboard a technical employee, and that's scary. That's just scary.
Okay. Well, based on that recommendation, I'll click on that link myself. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Well, Michael and Greg, yeah, thanks for your time. Thanks for educating us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Okay, and now it is time for our first grand prize drawing of the day. And our grand prize in this round is an Apple Watch, and we have not one, but 2 Apple Watches to give away, and these are the Series 7 watches, GPS only with a midnight aluminum case. And our Apple Watch winners are Michael Schmitz of Minnesota and Travis Oyen, also of Minnesota. That's O-I-E-N. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. But I guess it's a lucky day for Minnesotans. And, of course, we're announcing gift card winners every 30 minutes. And our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Bob Kubler of Missouri. So congratulations to Michael, Travis, and Bob. We will be in touch about claiming your prizes. And now it's time for our next presentation in the virtual summit for discovering critical tools and services. Our next session comes from Zerto. And presenting for Zerto is Anthony Dutra, who's technical marketing engineer. So Anthony, welcome. Thanks for being on the event today, and take it away.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for taking the time today to join me at this session. And I'm extremely excited to be talking at this summit. My name is Anthony Dutra. I'm a technical marketing engineer at Zerto, And I'm excited to share with you today data protection as code, introducing you what is really the next generation in disaster recovery, Zerto for Kubernetes. So I always like to begin at a very high level, talking about where the industry sort of is today and where it was and how IT is evolving overall. Really, back in the day, traditionally, we would look at our applications as we would look at the hardware in our data center. It was very much codependent on one another because in case an application grew, you basically had to pick up the phone, call your storage vendor, order more disks, order more compute servers. It was really more centralized and focused around the data center itself. But developers were more leveraging this waterfall approach methodology to developing applications. All right, one piece is done. Now, do we have the resources to deploy the next features or the next piece? Let's work with the IT team to build that. As technologies like virtualization and containers sort of started to be initially adopted, we really decoupled, or what I would call virtualized, our infrastructures and therefore our applications. And it started to matter less and less where necessarily these apps ran and how we were kind of hosting and giving our IT resources to these developers to build the apps that are running our business. So technologies like VMware, Hyper-V really decoupled much of the apps from the hardware itself. And you see application architectures like hyper-converged fit this new model of software over the hardware itself. And from now, where we see things moving towards, and really the power is moving to the developers themselves, is this new era of decentralized IT and applications. So many of the companies today and developers today are adopting containers for a variety of reasons. And we'll dive into that more in detail throughout this presentation. But what the main thing to take away here is the evolution of IT has shifted more to the left side, and developers are now more in control because they are quickly trying to generate these features in these apps to get that new business, through that application itself. So it's a much more rapid world that we're living in. Compared to the IT of the past, where the data center was a much more centralized focus. We're seeing this through data. So this is a statistic that I was most recently shared, where companies rather, are containerizing their applications, and they're doing so by just straight up refactoring them from virtual machines, right? That sort of virtualized layer, as we talked about before, into these containers. And what they're finding out quite quickly is the fact that security and sort of data protection are still main problems that, okay, yes, we're adopting containers to be much more efficient, and we'll discuss, sort of those details as to why that is in a little bit, but we're doing so at too much of a rapid pace, and we're doing so right into production, which is causing a lot of open gaps, a lot of security concerns in terms of ransomware attacks, and the adoption to containers, to say the least, isn't that pretty. So why containers? Why sort of softwares like Kubernetes? Why are we hearing that today? Sort of what are the benefits? A lot of it comes down to the minimization of, again, that IT resources that we spoke about before. It used to be the hardware itself dictated what the developers could do. Now the developers can deploy their code pretty much anywhere, and they only wanted to run it on the most minimal hardware requirements possible. So for a business, this minimizes overhead, increases the portability and consistency of the applications across, let's say you want to go to multiple cloud providers. You can host it in many different places because, again, it's all centered around the code, which accelerates development of the app itself, dollars back into your business when new features and stuff are released. So at a very high level, it's touching on Kubernetes and containers, for business applications, right? When you refactor into these things, you're becoming much more efficient. You can scale the app much more easily, and it is just much more agile, mainly due to the fact that you are able to move it seamlessly. It's just code, right? You're no longer focused on the hardware. So what exactly are containers? You can think of a container as a standard unit of software that is just running at an isolated portion of, let's say, a server, and it can easily be moved from one environment to another. There isn't much complication in terms of, oh, what is the storage behind it? What are we using there? We're not focused on that with a container. We just want to run the process that it is coded to run. Now, this is very simple to implement if you're just building a, very simple application, and it starts very small. But as you can imagine, as your developers create, sort of refactor these apps into these multiple containers, you need some way to orchestrate and make sure that they all play nicely and talk together. And this is where Kubernetes is really becoming the de facto standard, almost like basically it is its own way of just managing and orchestrating the containers themselves and scaling them much more easily. So with Kubernetes today, right, imagine you have taken an application, your developers broken it down into all these different containers. Now you need some way to sort of automate it, deploy it, talk about that scalability and load balancing back, to the users trying to access these applications. So Kubernetes is what offers the containerization, the orchestration to become a full application, while still taking advantage of the hardware resources required, only the minimum amount required. So it's managing everything from the storage to the services and networking. But where it sort of falls short is the realm of disaster recovery, backing up, and that data mobility that we talked about before. Sure, it is containerized and we're able to orchestrate all these different processes to work together. But now, how do we move them from one, let's say, cloud provider to another? And this is where Kubernetes is sort of struggling as a challenge. And this is why the adoption is running into this problem, because we're again still having to deal with the same stuff that we've dealt with in our previous iterations of our applications when they were a virtual machine, right? So there is really, into Kubernetes itself, no DR and backup strategy inherent to it. There's still persistent data within these applications, right? Netflix, although that's a fully microservices and containerized apps, still remembers your profile and what you want to watch. So there's still very much all of that to be concerned about. And then just think of all the bad actors and ransomware issues out there today that might cause an application to go down. And now that you're sort of adopting this new framework of containers and Kubernetes, well, how do we protect using that same technology, which is a little bit more nuanced than what some might be used to in the development realm, or how they used to develop previously. So really, traditional data protection, when we think about that, we're thinking about old school backups, backing up to tape. It really doesn't meet the needs of this new stateless and serverless sort of developer mantra being adopted as we see applications move more towards containerization and leveraging Kubernetes itself. So traditional sort of backup format won't really work for this sort of stateless architecture. It really lacks sort of this purpose-built protection. What good is a backup of an application that is hosting your social media site 4 hours ago when your developer made updates 10 minutes ago, right? You need to have that sort of disaster recovery in place, or just that protection in place, in order to come back online to time in that application that is going to serve value dollar back to your business and not lose it. So again, it needs to fall under where traditional data protection falls short, is it's not application centric overall. So what to look for when you are considering, okay, we've containerized some of these applications, we've refactored them from our VMs, we've broken them down into many different containers. We're using Kubernetes to orchestrate them together to now build this microservice and create this app that we had before. We're taking advantage of it. How do we protect it? You want to look for something first that's purpose built. It needs to run on Kubernetes and be for Kubernetes. And you don't really care about the storage infrastructure under it because that's just another layer of hassle that you would need to manage or GUI you would need to jump through in order to protect this single application at a particular point in time. So it's not very it needs to be very flexible. It needs to support a multi-cloud strategy, so you're not worried about, hey, I'm now stuck with AWS and their charges in this public cloud when I could take advantage of services, let's say Azure or GCP. I want to replicate this same application to these other clouds, and you don't want anything sort of giving you red tape to do so. And of course, just from a performance perspective, you want something scalable that's going to be reliable. Ensure your application is up. And really, that is exactly our vision here at Zerto. And what really our goal is to take our enterprise class virtual machine replication technology, cloud data protection that we're known for, and extend it into this realm of containers and Kubernetes. And that's exactly what we've built with Zerto for Kubernetes. So Zerto for Kubernetes is a continuous backup, DR. You can do things like long-term retention and really just near synchronous replication of a application being hosted in Kubernetes to many different cloud providers or on-prem itself. So that's one thing I always love to talk about is the fact that Kubernetes is common across all cloud providers. Again, it's the de facto software that is orchestrating all your different containers into that microservice. So being able to move it from Azure to EKS to GKE and do so without leaving the command line is of huge dollar value back to your business when sort of thinking about your applications themselves. So what Zerto for Kubernetes offers to these apps is that continuous data protection is basically always on replication. It's near synchronous, maybe about 5 to 10 second difference between each of what we call checkpoints being tracked inside of a recovery journal. We're seeing all the changes that are happening within that Kubernetes cluster and that app that you've defined, and we're making sure that you can roll back to a very specific point in time before that application either went down or you need to move it somewhere and put it up to a particular state, right, a particular point in time. So you're doing so with the granularity of pretty much seconds to minutes of moving these Kubernetes applications. So what this basically brings to data protection is everything that, a lot of stuff that just basic Kubernetes itself is lacking from a disaster recovery perspective. This is all Zerto for Kubernetes is built right into the console itself. So the CLI, so you're never really leaving the command line console overall. Your developers can integrate it as part of their, workflows and say, hey, at the end of my feature updates, let me just, maybe make a checkpoint and, if something does happen, we can just replicate it off to the second site. We know that that's already set up for us. It's application centric. Again, it's built in Kubernetes itself. So you're using kubectl to execute different commands of creating virtual protection groups. Hey, we want to make sure these pods are protected at a certain rate, but not these ones. This is what Zerto for Kubernetes allows from a flexibility standpoint. This obviously simplifies workflows. As I mentioned before, now your developer can integrate DR into their workflows themselves, and they can move it between many different clouds. So as you saw in our list of compatible services in the previous slide, if they want to move it from EKS, AWS EKS to Azure, they can, right? And they can simply use the same CLI that they're very much used to. Zerto for Kubernetes also has an analytics component to it, which I will show in the demo. And it just shows you're not managing anything through here. You're just showing, hey, this is my RPO and RTO. This is where the failover is in this process. How do I manage it? You know, what are sort of the figures that maybe the CXO wants to see in terms of how all of this is performing from a DR standpoint. And there's a ton of integrations with APIs in order to work with and automate sort of disaster recovery strategy using this tool. So data protection as code is the main thing that is great about Zerto for Kubernetes. It is installed with Helm. You're again using kubectl, ZRT is the command, and then you basically from there define things like virtual protection groups as to what pods are being protected. You're basically taking anything that is in that Kubernetes cluster down to the config maps and making sure that it is able to be replicated and protected in a data consistent manner in case something goes down. Again, you can see from the slide here an RPO or recovery point objective of only 5 seconds for this snapshot, right? It's insane how quickly you can roll back in case of an attack, get the persistent data that those Kubernetes applications are hosting back online, right? Your application back online, serve value back to your business. So the virtual protection groups that I was talking about earlier, basically you can select the specific pods as well as persistent volumes to a level of protection that, let's say you want to replicate locally, you want to replicate to a secondary cloud, you're able to pick and choose how you logically segment these different Kubernetes resources and protect them in right order, consistent, right? So it's coming back online when you need it to. Analytics for reporting and alerting. Again, this is that dashboard that I mentioned before where you can just get really good reports and really good views of your full disaster recovery environments and how, Zerto for Kubernetes or, the replication that you have set up is playing a part within it. All right, now while we have about 3 minutes left, I am going to quickly show a demo of us replicating a WordPress site hosted in Microsoft Azure to the Amazon AWS EKS service. And we're going to see that that site is, running a basic WordPress site, and we're going to hack it. We're then going to, before we replicate it, replicate it over to that AWS site and then bring it back online in AWS itself. All right, so I'm just going to cut over to the video now. Let's see if this works. All right, so what we have spun up here is a WordPress site. You can see that the front end is hosted in one pod and that let's go back. And that the MySQL server is hosted in another. It's running Kubernetes. This is the external IP address. You just saw the site there. And we have it protected in one virtual protection group right there. All right, so this is the WordPress site. It's all clean, just a basic WordPress site. There's only one post there, that's hello world. And now we're going to make sure that we checkpoint it to say, hey, all right, our app is done. This is when we want to take a checkpoint of it. So we're tagging that checkpoint. All right, so now that checkpoint of that site running in AKS is there, we're going to see all of the checkpoints right? That 5-second difference that Zerto for Kubernetes is using. Right? We can see that we've already defined some other checkpoints there. So now that is a version of the healthy site that we have online. We're going to hack that site by somebody left open the admin console, left it all default at the WordPress site. So now they've been hacked. We're just going to speed a little bit up here for time. You're going to see the hacked post there. And now that we're back at the console, we're going to start what is called a failover test with that checkpoint that we defined before. This is going to replicate the WordPress site and its SQL Server to the Azure, the AWS EKS service is running now in Azure AKS, and it's going to bring that site back online to the healthy point that we checkpointed. And now all we're doing is typing, just watching it. We're going to watch the process forward. So again, you're never leaving the console. You're a developer. You just stay in the console and initiate this process right off the gate. All right. Now we're also showing very quickly Zerto Kubernetes Analytics. You can see the details of the VPG there. You can see where Zerto for Kubernetes plays in the much larger data protection strategy of your virtual machines, right? Traditional Zerto. And now we can jump over to this monitoring tab super quick and just see the process of failover tasks. So I'm going to quickly cut ahead to when it cuts ahead. And it's done. So now that it has replicated to the AWS site, we're going to pull up, what are the pods running at this site. And there is the external IP for the healthy WordPress site back up and running. So I'm going to copy that and put that into the web browser. And now you can see hosted in AWS, replicated from Azure, the WordPress site that is now up and running and healthy. So that itself is super exciting. We can see that, this automation, this non-disruption of your Kubernetes application provides just a ton of benefits. The protection is built in, so you're saving your developer cycles on just a whole bunch of work. You're not locked into any vendor. As you saw, we can move between both clouds very easily, and it's very fast to deploy overall. Oh, we covered a lot today. I know I'm a little over time, so I will wrap up. We have industry trends. We talked about, how containers are being adopted. They're being adopted rapidly, and security is still a main concern. Kubernetes is great for orchestrating all those containers, but when it comes to data protection and disaster recovery, it falls a little short. Traditional data protection lacks when it comes to being able to protect these applications right down to their pod or persistent volume level. And what to look for in terms of core capabilities are these data protection as code or application-centric focused softwares like Zerto for Kubernetes, which allows for that dynamic disaster recovery capability overall. So I thank you all.
Okay, and we have the poll question up there about additional information you'd like about Zerto. Anthony, great presentation, great demo. Are you ready for some questions?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Well, Matthew is wondering, how is Zerto for Kubernetes licensed?
Zerto for Kubernetes is licensed actually per vCPU, and they're bought either subscription-based or just upfront 8 vCPU per license.
Okay, super. Charlie has chimed in to say, I've used Zerto for years. It's an amazing product, so we always love to hear that kind of feedback. Steve is asking, does Zerto for Kubernetes have a user interface?
No, it does not. We do not plan to make one anytime in the future. We do love the fact that it is all CLI based, just making it easier for the developer. I showed Zerto for analytics. That's probably as much as a UI as you're going to see for the time being.
Okay. No, it makes a lot of sense. Super. Well, Anthony, it looks like we're running out of time, but if somebody does want to get started with Zerto or find out more, what do you recommend?
Yes, definitely going to Zerto.com or even reaching out to myself. I know that there are a lot of questions that I'll be following up with, so feel free to email me as well. But yes, go to Zerto.com and feel free to reach out to us.
Awesome, Anthony. We appreciate you being in the question chat area, and thanks again for being on. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, and now it is time for our next gift card drawing, and the winner of this $300 Amazon gift card is Angie Larson from Arkansas. Congratulations to Angie. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time for the next presentation in the Look Ahead Through 2030 Summit, and our next session comes from Rubric, and presenting for Rubric is Nick Calamani, Solutions Engineer. Nick, welcome to the Summit.
Hey, thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, I'll turn it over to you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Scott. All righty, everybody. Obviously, I'm a solutions architect at Rubric and been around the industry for a number of years, kind of seen a little bit of everything, right? A few years ago, virtualization was a hot topic, and obviously in that time, a lot has also changed. And so since this summit is geared around, where are we going in 2030, perhaps, that's kind of the frame of reference I'm going to take today. Some of you know Rubric as the Zero Trust data protection company, our pioneering immutable backup solutions and other things we're doing there. But again, this is a forward-looking presentation. We're talking about how we're developing tools that are kind of going to shape the landscape going towards the future. And we firmly believe that future is data security, not just data protection, but actually knowing a little bit about what's going on under the hood. So just to start, the situation, cyber attacks are on the rise, and obviously everybody knows, you got perimeter network, endpoint, and application security, and these offerings are maturing and becoming more prominent out there. But despite the millions of dollars worth of investment going into these solutions, the data underlying all this infrastructure is still relatively unprotected. If you think about it, it's in relatively open access, read-write storage solutions, or things of that nature, where the assumption is that everything that's inside of the walled garden of your environment is trusted, but that's obviously not necessarily the case. Eventually folks get through these layers. If they didn't, we would not have cybercrime. We wouldn't have the types of stories in the news that we have. And again, Rubric truly believes that without the data, the business is kind of on hold, really. Obviously, applications, spinning those up from scratch isn't necessarily fun, but really the data is the thing that's irreplaceable in an environment. So, why are people paying a ransom? Ransomware is obviously the hot topic, so we're going to kind of spend some time on that one. But obviously, someone gets in, they've breached those millions, tens of millions perhaps that you've spent on perimeter defenses. And, option one is kind of easy. Well, we can pay the ransom. Great. But very few people right off the bat are just going to roll over and pay the ransom, right? So what folks are going to do is they're going to try to recover. And of course, that involves the whole song and dance of we got to engage multiple teams and get everybody together. We've got a war room conference line at 2 a.m. and everything's, kind of on fire. And then you start to ask yourself, well, do I even have a clean copy of the data? Great. Well, maybe you do, but how do you know that? And that gets into the further questions that you start to ask yourself, what actually got hit? Obviously I'm getting errors on some servers, but how do I know that it's just those servers without kind of manually guessing and checking and doing trial error? And then you get to kind of the third column there, which is, how can we prevent reinfection? Okay, let's say we can restore all this stuff. How are we going to stop it from happening again the second we're back online? And how long is all this going to take? This is a process that sometimes can take months to remediate for some folks. So this is kind of the problem that we're trying to solve. Again, this is a problem that didn't exist in the scale it does now just a few years ago. And we're going to need a different way of thinking about the problem to come up with a solution. So we think at Rubric that the next frontier in cybersecurity is the intersection between infrastructure security, all the perimeter, antivirus, firewalls, all the great stuff we do today, but also data security. So, not only do we have clean copies of the data, do we know what's happening with the data, which copies are actually clean. And then kind of the third little highlight is, what does a recovery plan look like here? Obviously DR is extremely valuable for, hurricane hits my data center, but in the event of cyber attack, all of those tools kind of fall by the wayside as far as usefulness. To go a little bit further, these are kind of the questions we asked ourselves when we were thinking, okay, well, we're doing this today. What is the world going to need in 2030? How do you cyber-proof your data? Again, walled garden approach. Once you're inside the infrastructure, there's a surprising amount of access that everybody can have on systems that may be mission critical. And then data observability. Instead of 2 or 3 weeks of manually guessing and checking to figure out what's going on, maybe during a cyber attack or ahead of it, what if I could automate some of this observability in a way that just previously didn't exist? And then data recovery. Again, how rapidly can we get all this spun back up? And so that kind of led us to Rubric Security Cloud. And while that's a fun marketing tagline, that is actually a real thing. This is an actual solution. It's not just some, thing that we whipped up because it sounded cool. This is actually how we've decided to go about tackling this problem. Tactically, this is a single pane of glass. We mean that to manage your data estate, both on-prem, in the cloud, cloud native, doesn't really matter to us, and provide the data security that we're trying to pioneer for the next decade. How we got here, just real quick, obviously some folks may be familiar with us, like, hey, Rubric, they're pretty cool. I've seen the demo. Maybe I use them today. I just thought they were a backup company. And while we do that, for sure, don't get me wrong, and we do it better than a lot of folks, we're also taking that to the next level. We made some choices early on to develop an entire infrastructure platform from scratch. Things like our immutable file system we wrote from scratch, our metadata system, but the same system that allows you to search for a file across an entire data center, across all backups, even in archive in the cloud, things like that enable us to do the security features that we're talking about today as 2030 rolls around the corner, perhaps sooner than we think it will. So we started again, zero trust data protection, all that fun stuff on here about immutable backups, air gap, instant recovery, and then automating the protection of data and workloads. Great, cool. And then from there, we moved on to cloud data management. So we started to bring all this up into a global control plane. So regardless of what applications you were running and where, we decided to put that in one interface because, that didn't really make any sense to us that you still needed different tools to manage different parts of your estate. Why would I need something different for vSphere when I have something else for AWS, for example? So we decided to bring that all together. And then we started to dip our toes into orchestrated recovery. And then now the kind of third demisphere on there is, pioneer data security. And again, that's more than just a marketing tagline because we see in the news day in and day out, attacks are happening. So clearly the old school approach just isn't appropriate. So we've obviously had ransomware monitoring investigation or automated machine learning tools for discovering these types of attacks and helping you automate recovery, but we're also starting to get into the threat hunting and monitoring space. So quickly, I'm going to go through kind of what each of these things means, right? So the first thing we talked about was data resilience. So, some of the questions that this extremely handsome sysadmin are asking perhaps are, can my backups be discovered by bad actors? If you're inside the infrastructure or in the environment and you can get access to the data, well, there's nothing stopping you from deleting it. And that's, again, why we have the news stories we have. So the way we started to do that a little bit differently is, okay, well, let's take a step back here and kind of understand why we even separated these two stacks, the storage from the software securing your environment, if you will. If you can separate those two, then anyone can come in and just overwrite the entire network share or whatever that you're writing to. So we got away from that. So we put in a logical error gap, and we mean that, and we did an immutable file system day one. Great, cool stuff. But, Nick, what about, access controls and retention lock? And, you've made the case that, people can only delete stuff if they do it through the Rubric UI, and that's cool, but how are we stopping rogue admin attacks? Well, obviously, MFA, first line of defense. We've done this for years. A lot of folks are just now getting to that, unfortunately, but that's really the first line of defense. And we decided to take a step further, so we're adding things like intelligent data lock, basically the ability to, for a Rubric system to hold on to data strategically if it detects something malicious happening. Maybe someone comes in and deletes a bunch of data that has previously been under infinite retention. The system's going to take a second look on that one and start notifying folks to verify that's all right. But maybe you want to be more proactive. So two-person rule, things like that, where now instead of just, hey, I log in, root user, delete everything, great. Now, before that operation actually executes, it has to go to a second person for approval. And this is an air-gapped account, not on SSO, all that, security best practice to ensure that someone isn't just, creating duplicate admin accounts for themselves if they've compromised the platform. Because truthfully, these attacks are common. Obviously folks are out there chaining together dozens of very cutting edge 0 days, but there's also the very simple credential attacks that still happen and with alarming frequency, truthfully. And then, perhaps you're in a financial sector, or you just, need absolute security. We have a retention lock. So that means you actually have to get identified and authenticated with Rubric support to lift the lock on the data. And again, because of our air gap design, I'm not going to go too deep into how we just do basic backup, if you will. You can't get access to that data. So if these mechanisms are in place, nobody's getting to this unless they open up the rack and blow up the unit. So, or in the cloud, this also applies, I should say, because we're cloud agnostic. On-prem in the cloud doesn't really matter. If you have no data center, fine, that's great. Play Rubric in the cloud. And you get the same benefits of data resilience. So the next pillar of data security, as we see it, is data observability. And this is the one where we're really starting to get into tools of the future, if you will. Because again, immutable backups, that's great, Nick. That's cool. I already used Rubric, perhaps. And I trust my stuff is there. But again, that doesn't help me if I'm backing up junk data. Some attacks take place over time. They don't just, get in and 30 seconds later destroy everything. Sometimes they do, but sometimes they're methodical. They're hanging out for 6 months. They're secretly deleting or encrypting data over time. And you don't necessarily have a way to know that. So even if your backups are immutable, how do you know that they're not already encrypted because production was encrypted and you just didn't notice? Again, these are some of the questions that this handsome CIO might be asking himself, what's going on with my data? Traditionally, again, you don't know. Observability in the perimeter space has been commonplace. Obviously, everybody has traffic monitoring and IDS solutions and things like that. But sit down and ask yourself, what am I doing to monitor my data? And, obviously, maybe I can see change rates, or maybe the storage consumption from my SAN is growing, but that really doesn't tell you much of anything, truthfully. So what we did is we decided to actually go build tools for this. So the first one is Ransomware Investigation. And this tool, what it does is it's a machine learning pipeline. So it learns your environment. It learns how data moves in the environment. So perhaps you've got a legal share, maybe you're holding old case files, or maybe invoices and accounting, doesn't really matter. And data is only ever added, but data is never removed. Well, Rubric will learn that. So if someone accidentally fat fingers, or maybe a bad actor gets in and starts deleting stuff, we're going to flag that for you. Because again, we know what the environment specifically is going to look like at the file share, at the VM level, what have you. But more importantly, we also have the ability to detect encryption. So as we start seeing weird activity, we're actually mathematically calculating encryption entropy. And so we can spot ransomware even if it's a 0-day, because we're not relying on signature identification and all that other stuff that you need. Don't get me wrong, definitely still need infrastructure security. But the data security piece that we're starting to bring into the forefront is, hey, we've got all these tools, perimeter defense, and that's great, but now we actually have information on the data. And so if we flag, hey, look, there's an encryption event taking place, you have the ability at the VM level, the file level, the cloud workload level to start going in and determining, okay, what exactly was hit here? You know, what's going on? So you don't have to spend weeks spinning up backups and figuring out what's encrypted and what isn't. We handhold you in the recovery process too. So not only do we say, hey, look, ransomware event, we've positively identified it, but now we're also telling you exactly which snapshots are clean to go back to, which is incredibly powerful. Of course, this is great, but maybe you've got other SIEM tooling or SOAR tooling in the environment, and that's fine too because we integrate with it. So our entire architecture, everything from day one was API-based, RESTful APIs. So we integrate with XSOAR, Splunk, but really the sky's the limit. If they support API calls, we can basically plug into pretty much anything out there. And then beyond just the ransomware investigation, we also have the ability to discover sensitive data in the environment. Obviously, this is super important for financial services, but the ability to basically flag in the environment, hey, look, we've got social security numbers over here, we've got customer IDs over here. You can use that proactively, right? If you have data on an open access share, which, by the way, we understand permissions and share access and machine access, again, because of our rich metadata system we built from day one as a startup. We have the ability to help you proactively head off threats. So, I accidentally dumped a bunch of data in a share during a migration, forgot it was there. Rubric's helping me flag that and identify that. Great. But also, I can use that as part of forensics. So let's say I do get hit. So now Rubric is telling me exactly which machines were encrypted and when and what files and helping me recover. Cool. But now I can also see if there was any sensitive data on those systems. We provide a bunch of templates out of the box for sensitive data, things like GDPR, financial information, things like that. But you can also build your own. So maybe you have customer IDs or employee IDs or something like that you want to look for. Great. We'll do that all day long. So now you have incredible visibility and the ability, if you're subject to regulatory compliance after an attack, to report what was in scope. Instead of spending weeks of manual work figuring that out, we're automating that as best as humanly possible. So now you can just export a CSV from our UI. Or again, you can just pipe this via API calls into your SIEM or SOAR tooling. So again, tremendous value here, and part of why data observability is where we see the world going. And by the way, we're talking about future. This is all stuff that's been already live, by the way. This is something we've had since 2018. We've been continually making improvements, but this is something you can get today. So you don't have to wait till 2030, which is fantastic. And then the third pillar of data security, if you will, is data recovery. So, some questions you're probably asking or have had to ask maybe is, how do I automate some of this? If I get 11,000 VMs encrypted by ransomware, what does that look like for recovery? Because orchestrating DR and all that other great stuff is one thing, but if both sites are compromised and now I have to do a cyber DR, if you will, cyber attack DR, that's just potentially a very different question that you need to answer. So also, obviously, reinfection, that's a major problem. And, being able to recover at a granular level. So we help with all this stuff too. And so data recovery with us is really, obviously we can do DR, but we also do DR from a cyber attack lens. So We have the ability to help you orchestrate application blueprints. It's like 15 steps to set up. It's incredibly simple. But the benefit there is that this is all managed by a Rubric system. So we operate in a standalone model, both in the cloud and on-prem, such that if your primary environment is compromised, we're still ready to go and help you get to things. So we can orchestrate DR, but we can also help with things like doing DR testing, failover testing, compliance audits to say, okay, look, it took exactly X number of hours or whatever to spin up my environment, which is great. So that helps a lot of workloads there, or use cases rather there. And then threat containment is where we start to get very interesting and granular. Again, all of our technology is built on stuff we started day one, and we made a bet for the future on how we develop this stuff. So we talked about ransomware investigation. I've seen ransomware. I know where it is. I know what it hit. Great. Now I want to prevent reinfection. So Rubric is selecting the clean snapshot. But how do I make sure that clean snapshot, while unencrypted, has no malware? And that's where our threat hunting and threat containment tools come into play. So basically, this is the ability to search. I guess you could search for signatures, traditional AV style, but more importantly, we use Yara Rules. So Yara Rules, for those not in the know, are an industry standard, kind of open source, if you will, security template for hunting in an environment. Now, a Yara rule could be set to find a specific piece of malware, or a Yara rule could be set to find the breadcrumbs that specific attackers leave as they're compromising an environment. So you could theoretically have a Yara rule that hunts for, July 1st, somebody disabled a firewall or made a host config change on something. July 2nd, we saw this. July 3rd, we started seeing a malware payload be uploaded to the environment. And then July 4th, we started seeing encryption. So this is very granular. Yara rules are widely available and easy to make. We have a bunch. The FBI publishes them. For example, they publish them to specifically help organizations hunt out evidence of specific ransomware gangs. So, you could theoretically use this proactively, but also you could use it forensically. Again, we have an immutable copy of the environment that nobody can mess with without, taking the disks out of the rack and burning them. So that means that anyone engaged in anti-forensics, they're deleting log files, they're editing things to make it look like it's somebody else doing an attack, what have you. We can get around all that because we can actually see the real log files. We have the originals. No one can mess with that. And so this tool is incredibly powerful, and it does obviously tie in with our other tools, as one would generally hope, to really automate as much of this process as possible in an environment. So, obviously that's really cool, Nick, but, I'm an environment I'm an organization born in the cloud. And that's great because we do all this in the cloud too. I mentioned that we're a modern architecture. We built all this from scratch. So it's our same software stack that runs on-prem or in the cloud. There are a variety of models that one can operate within. So we support a bunch of different workloads. I'm going to skip over this guy, but hey, I'm just picking 365 as an example because 365 is an incredibly popular mission-critical application. But this could be Amazon EC2, it could be Azure SQL, it could be, you name it, Google Cloud workloads. We don't really care. I'm picking on 365 because it's been in the news lately for compromise and some high-profile attacks. But shockingly, it's the same UI. It's the same single UI to manage your entire environment. Again, we just didn't think that one needed to do multiple tools in this era. Same software stack as on-prem. Again, this is something that doesn't need hardware. So if you're born in the cloud, great. You get all the same benefits of our immutable file system, air-gapped micro-segmentation within the application stack internally, things like individual file recovery, as you already got on-prem. Now you can do that in the cloud, individual email boxes, and then obviously the security story around retention lock. But more importantly, the same SLAs, basically protection policies, how we automate jobs out of existence. can be applied to a vSphere VM, but also like an EC2 instance or a Microsoft 365 user. If you say you need a snapshot every day, Rubric's going to make that snapshot every day happen regardless of what the workload is. So we're really getting out of the world where you have to manage infrastructure. This is just another pretty slide that says, hey, look, Rubrik Security Cloud covers all of these workloads. Because again, you shouldn't have to have multiple tools to do all of these things. And then this is kind of just a nice summary slide that I think kind of explains it. So the first column, again, data resilience, data protection on-prem, data protection in the cloud, 365, other SaaS workloads, we can do most all of it. Data observability, second column. So our ransomware monitoring and investigation. We're really proud of this. A lot of clients get an alert from us before they get a ransom note, and some are even able to recover before the ransom note. So we're just very proud of this tool set. We talked about the sensitive data discovery in the environment, as well as our threat hunting capability to get very granular in forensics, as well as proactive defense. And then third column is data recovery. Okay, whether I need to pull an individual file from a cloud archive, great, I can do that all through the same UI, but also mass recovery. I need to fail over data centers. I need to fail over my production site internally just due to a cyber attack or what have you. But don't just take our word for it. We've got a bunch of industry awards, obviously, from favorite groups out there. But more than that, you can start to look at what our customers are saying. I mean, we take this very seriously. We have many customers on our product council helping to develop our offerings, whether they be some of the biggest banks on the planet or some of the most high-tech startups out there. We take this very seriously, and that's how we ended up on this path towards data security in addition to infrastructure security. So with that, thank you all, and I'm happy to entertain some questions.
Okay. Yeah, no, great presentation, and I'm going to put the poll question up there. But Nick, I do appreciate the opportunity to hear about what the handsome CIO is thinking about. And seriously, that was all great stuff. So let's get into some of the questions here. Why is another software tool needed to back up cloud data?
Yeah, so that's a great one. So everybody kind of just thinks that, I'm moving, I'm migrating workloads, or maybe I've started all my workloads in the cloud. But they just provide the infrastructure or the application. There's something called the shared responsibility model, which basically in all the terms and conditions for a cloud SaaS provider or infrastructure provider, they very clearly say, you need to back up your data with third-party tools. We guarantee, or rather we try to guarantee, uptime of the platform, but we do nothing basically to secure your data, and that's on you. So this applies to 365. This applies to, obviously things like EC2, perhaps other SaaS workloads that you wouldn't suspect, though. 365 is a great example. Most people don't realize that Microsoft actually suggests you back that stuff up elsewhere, which is kind of crazy. So that's where we kind of slot in. We give you that ability to back it up, which is great, obviously. But we bring all the workloads, wherever you may have them, into one tool set to really streamline the process, and then again, get you the data security story, ransomware investigation, and all the other tool sets that we bring to bear for the digital age of cyber attacks that we're in.
Okay, great. Question from Matt. How does Rubric work for air-gapped networks?
Yeah, great question. So we've got a few ways that we can work with that. So I don't mean to deflect the question by any means, but for specific situations, the best answer is always to talk with a solutions architect with Rubric. We can do things like offline third site, some of your more traditional types of air-gapped network situations, but we do really genuinely kind of question the premise that you need to air-gap in the traditional sense. Everybody assumes that tape is an air-gap, things like that. And while that is an air-gap, we decided that we were going to do something called a logical air-gap. So we basically implement through both user controls and micro-segmentation within our stack, the ability to air gap the data from everything else, which is why we've had no clients to date pay a ransom because their data was unrecoverable on Rubric. We're not doing anything fancy to take ourselves offline or something throughout the day, because if you can't get access to the data quickly, it doesn't really do you any good if it was air gapped. You know, nobody wants a stale production database to be restored, right? So I would question whether or not network segmentation or air gap, if you will, is necessary. But again, specific circumstances are always best to flesh out in a deep dive discussion.
Makes sense. Okay, great. Next question comes from Jonathan, is asking, is Rubric a SaaS product, or do you have both on-prem and SaaS solutions?
Yeah, also a great question. We have on-prem and SaaS solutions, and it's all one stack. So it's really not two different products. It's one product, and then we just handle that however we need to handle that based on your circumstances.
Okay. You know, and that leads into another question. Is it really one interface to manage a hybrid Rubric deployment?
Yeah, no, it really is. It's one, you log in one UI and you get a nice view of all of your applications. So you'll get a tile for vSphere, a tile for EC2, a tile for Azure SQL, a tile for on-prem SQL. Again, we're getting away from the whole, oh, I have to log into this backup box and target a backup for this system and all that stuff. We're getting away from that. You just select what you want to operate on and handle all that on the back end. So yes, it is one UI globally.
Okay, super. Well, Nick, it looks like we're running out of time, but if somebody wants to get started with Rubric or find out more, what do you recommend?
Yeah, so we've brought with us one white paper, but honestly, the website is truly a great place to get started. It kind of talks about the different solutions we offer. I mean, all of these are the same software stack, so don't think these are different things you need to deploy. It's all just licensed features, which is fantastic. But really, the website is a great place. From there, you can find an account team if you don't already have one. But we also have tons of technical resources, too. We don't hide those, which I really appreciate being a technical guy. So rubric.com, quite simply.
Rubric.com. Okay, great. Well, Nick, great presentation today. Thank you so much for bringing us up to speed on what Rubric is up to.
Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it.
And as promised, we will have a new winner every 30 minutes for a $300 Amazon gift card. So for this gift card, the winner is Kuresh Bora of California. Kuresh Bora of California. So congratulations to Kuresh. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. And everybody else, stay tuned because we've got lots more gift cards to give away, plus Apple iPod Airs, Apple MacBook Pros, and Surface Pro 8s coming up. And now it's time for our next presentation in this Tools and Services Summit. And our next session comes from IBM Cloud. And presenting for IBM Cloud is Brian Promise, Vice President of Product Marketing. So now I'm going to turn things over to Brian.
At the AV Summit on why network performance management. I'm Brian Promise. I lead the product marketing team for IBM Sub 1 Network Performance Manager, also known as NPM. Now, I don't know about you, but in my family, I'm the one technologist in the family. I have a family of firefighters and those in the medical profession. So oftentimes I'm asked, so Brian, what do you really do, right? What do you do for IBM? And what I do is I start them with an analogy, and I talk about cars. Most folks can relate to, different styles of cars. Think about Teslas, Corvettes, maybe an old 67 Beetle, right? They all have different looks and feels to them. Different designs. You get inside the car, they're gonna have different shaped seats, completely different dashboards. Some are all electronic, like a Tesla and Corvette. Other are gonna have complete manual buttons and rods that you would find in an old 67 Beetle. But the moment you hit the accelerator, right, it's no longer about the interior or exterior design of the car. It's much more about what's under the hood, right? And under the hood, you have a wide variety of technologies underneath, from electric, to petroleum-based types of cars. But even with all the monies that are spent for cars and on souped-up engines, right, If the road that those cars are driving on isn't predictable, reliable, you're not aware of what the capacity of that road is, you're going to have a poor driving experience. And network performance management and what IBM is doing at SEV1 is all about making sure those roads that the cars are driving on are the most reliable and continuously performing that our customers can have. And it really ends up applying back to the stack of really the value that SEV1 and the SEV1 Net Performance Management product line that we have at IBM focuses on the value it brings to applications, right? Because everything in the marketplace today is being built around applications. Applications, are the business now. It is the way that customers, we engage with customers, the way that almost all of us generate more revenue, and each of those applications require more customization, and they drive more customer loyalty. It really is so application centric. But applications rely on resources to perform, and the network is critical to application performance. Now, part of the challenge of all this is that networks take up various shapes and sizes and different technologies depending on the perspective you have and where you sit within an organization, right? If you're in charge of if you're part of a network operations or engineering team at a major enterprise, you're going to be dealing with everything from the latest in Wi-Fi 6, ability to have end users access the network itself. You're going to be dealing with evolutions taking place in campus and routing, definitely taking place of innovations in the data center around software-defined networking, especially as it hits the WAN with software-defined WAN and edge technologies, reaching back out now to the branch, or these days back to the home, and making sure that the users you need to access your network have it and can get it and can be continuously performing. Now, part of the challenge of all that, though, is that these technologies are rapidly evolving over time. And legacy network performance management systems are having a difficult time keeping up with the changes, right? There was a time when, getting data once every 5 minutes was the norm, right? We have our, major financial customers we work with at IBM, getting data once every 5 minutes about what was going on with performance of the network is nowhere near close enough, right? They want to get it at least a minute or even less than that side. And networks themselves, right, are shifting from being, these static, rack and stack, get it set up, don't touch it, get it configured and let it go, to be much more dynamic, software-defined environments. Because underneath, right, these next-gen applications that are driving the next-generation business are increasingly using next-generation networks. Whether we're talking, software-defined in the data center, software-defined on the WAN, the dynamic nature of Wi-Fi and the ability to let users be able to roam across the campus and make sure that they have the continuous performance they need to get on the network and get access to the applications then that they need to do their daily work. And it's at this cross junction where IBM has been investing in network performance management and enabling our customers to drive a broader set of availability of the network and its overall performance, and doing it with some application context. So for a second, take a step back and imagine what if, right? Imagine if you were able to have complete network visibility, that you could gather all the network data that you wanted to, collect billions of data points a day, and support the networks you have today and these next generation software-defined networks of tomorrow. And then if you had confidence that you can get the data you want at the intervals that you want to get that data, you then want to know, okay, how can I analyze that data? Can I use machine learning capabilities to help me know what's normal and what's not? What do I need to pay attention to? And when something really matters, let me know, right? Don't force me to stare at a map and a screen and hope I see an alert that matters. Use machine learning to let me know, what's important and understanding what is normal and what is not. And then once I know, what really matters, then help me communicate that information effectively, right? Give me modern dashboards and that work out of the box. Let me pivot easily between data sources. That means metric data that I'm going and getting about performance. Maybe it's flow data where I'm understanding application context as it flows through the network. Or maybe it's tapping into a third-party data source like a Splunk or Elk Logs, right? And be able to easily pivot between data sources. It's that level of capability where you want to have your data and make sure you can integrate the data sets together that can effectively help teams communicate, with yourself to understand, but especially between teams. Because then where the real power comes in is when you can then take that data and share it across organizations and help to automate processes as part of an overall IT operations integration capability. And that's really what is brought together by IBM with the SEV1 Net Performance Management offering, right? This ability to easily collect data from a wide variety of sources, where we're talking existing MPLS networks to software-defined, Wi-Fi, the campus, branch, software-defined networks through multi-cloud data center. If you're a carrier, right, helping that transition to 4G to 5G, bringing that data in, and then applying machine learning based analytics to help to know what's normal and what's not, and then be able to use advanced visualization and workflow and tie it back to the rest of your IT operations, right? Because network is a piece of the puzzle that then helps you effectively monitor and troubleshoot, alert, tie back into ITSM and AIOps platforms to work broader across your entire organization, right? And typically used by network ops engineering, but because network's a piece of that broader puzzle, there to support the underlying applications that are driving today's business, the ability then to share that data across multiple teams. And while this is a platform capability, there's also critical out-of-the-box support that comes with IBM SEV1 NPM. Really is for your network today and tomorrow, right? So that drive that's taking place of next-gen software-defined WAN, what's taking place with Wi-Fi, SDN, maybe it's 5G or work from home, right? These capabilities of supporting technologies out of the box. Now, what I'd like to do is walk you through some key best practices that we see from our customers who face these types of challenges, and how they are using IBM SEV1 Net Performance Management, to have this continuous network performance that they continue to strive for. And the first is the first step is get all the network data, right? Making sure that you can get the data that you need to across your entire environment. And that requires the use of not just using S&P to get data, but using whatever protocols and or APIs that are available from the devices that make up your entire network. So as you can see here, the SEV1 NPM system supports a wide variety of data sources and the ability to bring that data in. And that data includes the network of today, right? The Cisco, Juniper, Palo Alto, F5, Aruba devices. And if these devices we don't have support for today, and they're S&P based devices, we'll make sure we can certify those in 10 business days or less. But we recognize, right, that networks are evolving, right, and this need to be able to support not just today's environment but the next gen devices at the same time, and help bring that data collection together and drive toward richer levels of analysis. And when it comes to that level of overall analysis, right, this is where some of the real power begins to come in, right? But it starts with data collection. But then what can I do with that data, right? How can it impact my overall operations? And if there's one takeaway, right, that I want you to have from understanding what makes IBM SEV1 Network Performance Management different, it's this. It is the ability to automatically calculate using machine learning to know what is normal and what's not across your entire network. Every single metric that is collected by SEV1 NPM is automatically baselined based on time of day, day of week. So you as an operations team immediately know, right, when a set of data that is collected and analyzed is normal or not. Now there's the ability to go in and tweak and tune certain aspects of that, how often, when you want to be notified, but it really is that key that what's normal and what's not, and help to raise the overall value capability that you're analyzing. And then be able to create alert subscriptions around that. So who needs to be notified when and how, and use dashboards such as the one you're seeing here. Now, we've been talking mainly so far about machine learning, but it's also about using algorithms to help you plan going forward, right? So every data point that SEV1 collects, we keep that data as pulled for an entire year. So the users can go back and use the data as it collected to then help them project what's going out in the future. So as you see here, the ability to use a series of logarithmic events to help understand where traffic patterns might be going, to project your future needs along that way. So next, let's move on to then the visualization and workflow capabilities that you find inside of NPM and how they're being leveraged. The first is there are a couple dozen day one reports that are available that create these dashboards with immediate out of the box value, right? So that users can use both light mode and dark mode capability and be able to have the same report be used across multiple regions by just selecting the device or set of devices that folks care about. So they can all be, and teams can increase their operational effectiveness by using the same views across multiple teams. And then be able to visualize that data in a different format, including visually looking at maps where you can then visualize what is red, what's cautionary, what's behaving normally. That's something that we call live maps inside of 7.1 NPM. So once you have that capability, once I've collected the data and I've analyzed that data and I'm able to share data across teams with the executive reporting, it then becomes, how can I then integrate these data sets across the rest of my IT operations? And that's where the capabilities of Sub1 to share data across applications using things like webhooks capabilities, we can forward these machine learning events to applications, AIOps platforms like IBM Cloud Pak, Watson AIOps, and take even a richer level of integration. And in a minute, I'll be showing you a demonstration of how these machine learning based events that come from Sub1 NPM can be shared directly with Watson AIOps. But the level of integration we have doesn't stop there, right? If you have additional tool sets in your organization, different tool sets, maybe you're working with someone from Big Panda, maybe working with BMC, maybe working with MoveSoft or ServiceNow, right? You have that ability to share that data across the entire organization. So before I walk you back into the demo, I want to take you back to help again remind you of the system you're about to see and some of its capabilities. So what you're about to see in this demo, right, is the ability to take in a variety of data sources, right? And in this case, you're going to be seeing information coming actually from a firewall on the edge of the network with both pulled metric and flow data that's been collected. And then using machine learning based analytics to help understand what's normal and what's not, inside the context of some advanced visualizations that really begin to help you understand the set of capabilities and how data can be shared. But then most importantly, finding itself tied into a broader AIOps system where there's even additional value that can be taking place. So now let's go ahead and pop you over to the demo.
Hi, thanks for joining. In this session today, I'm going to be walking us through how to leverage Sev1's network performance management product in with Watson AIOps. So to start with, let's just talk a little bit about the demo environment. I have a simulated network with data centers all across the globe, as you can see here in San Francisco, Chicago, New York, London, Barcelona, and Singapore. And what we're going to be doing is simulating a denial of service attack against the Barcelona branch. So let's go ahead and jump in. Now, if I'm looking at Sev1, I can start with the most common report, which is out of the box, network performance report, and just look at the overall health of my entire network. I can see the entire infrastructure, everything in one glance, all the critical alerts that are happening. Obviously, it's a demo environment. We've got 140 different alerts. But I'm very interested in what I'm seeing here is I've got quite a few alerts happening from my Barcelona. What I can simply do is just go ahead and click on the Barcelona firewall, and it's going to automatically filter and show me all the different alerts that are firing. I can see I've got some things around CPU, SSL, connections, some things around the interface. And one of the interesting things about Sev1 is that all of these alerts that we're leveraging here are using our machine learning. We're looking against the baseline. Let me know when I have deviations from normal. So I have, right now, it's telling me my CPU is at 94%, which is 150% above what I expect it to be. Why is that important? because most products today will say, let me know when I'm above 90%. Well, CPUs are meant to be used. So if I'm always at 94%, I really don't care and I don't want to have an alert. But when I have a significant increase like I'm seeing right now, that's a potential problem that I'm going to want to look at. So let's dig in a little bit deeper with SEV1 is I can click on my Barcelona firewall. It knows that this is a Cisco ASA device, and I can drill down and get a high-level summary on what's happening as this device as a whole. So I can see, again, here's all those alerts that I saw from the first page as I drilled down into it or filtered on it. And I get a high-level overview, so I can see my connections. I'm having some significant dips in connections, and I also had an alert for that as well. My active tunnel seems to be okay. My number of RAS sessions, active SSL sessions seems to be okay. So let's take a little bit closer look at the connections. So I'm going to dive in here into connections and see that, oh, I'm definitely have some significant drops in connections. So I'm confirming that this has been persistent for a little while. It's happened in the past, but not that long. But I also saw that I had the CPU alerts firing. So again, I can look at my CPU and see that, oh, I definitely have those spikes in CPU. But what I want to do is compare, is that related to my drop in connections? So let's just go ahead and change my time frame actually to make this a little bit easier. Let's look at the past, let's go 8 hours. We're going to automatically redraw what we see on the screen here. So I'm going to click on one of these spikes and I'm going to drill down into what we call instant graphs. I almost like to think about this as instant gratification because I want very specific data very, very quickly. So one of the things that's interesting is I'm looking at my CPU, very similar to that graph, and I have my alert that's fired, I have a histogram. But what I want to do is overlay my connections. So one of the cool things about SEV1 is I have completely two different types of data, CPU and connection. So I'm going to go just put them, bring back my CPU, which is a percentage, and I'm going to pull in my connections, completely different metric type, but I'm overlaying them on a graph so I can do some time-based correlation. And very quickly I can realize, and I can even zoom in, that it's all related, that this spike in CPU directly correlates with my dip in connections. So leveraging my breadcrumb trail, I can go back and look at my overall health again. And when I think about CPU, I always think about processes. So let's go ahead and look at all the processes that are running on this particular firewall. And what we're going to see is I have a spike in process. And if I go ahead and look at my SSL process, I just go ahead and select it. I can quickly see that that is over the time. But I want some more information. So again, I can do some further workflow and do a data analytics workspace and get me more information. Now, what's very interesting about this screen is I can quickly see what normal is. I mentioned we were alerting off of the baseline, but what if I wanted to visualize it? So these solid blue lines is the actual, which is what we saw in the previous graph. The dotted line is the baseline, and then I can also graph out different standard deviations. So I'm graphing out one standard deviation. So not only am I significantly above my baseline, I'm also above the standard deviation. I can look at, is this problem reoccurring, compare this week to last week. And what I can see is all solid lines and dotted line over here. So it did happen once last week, but at a completely different day and time of the week than I'm experiencing right now. I can look at a calendar analysis, and actually let's change the time frame to be like, maybe let's go with the last 7 days and get a different perspective. Oh, this problem really is recent, and it kind of randomly occurs is what I can see here. So again, going back to my ASA device, kind of highlight, I have a dip in connections, spike in CPU that's definitely related to my process. I'm also capturing some flow information. And what I can do is look at all the flow that's happening. And if I scroll down here to the bottom of my report, I can see that I have some very specific TCP SYN packets that are occurring. These are typically related to denial of service attacks. As I mentioned, that's what we're simulating right now. And then I can also see all the different source IP addresses that are causing this denial of service. So I'm probably going to want to block those. So I walk through a very, very quick scenario on how I'm looking at the overall health of my network, identifying some issues that I'm seeing, due to various alerts. Now, one of the nice things is, as I mentioned, SEV1 is doing the machine learning, and we're sending over various different types of alerts to be proactive. Well, I can forward those alerts into Watson AI Ops, leveraging webhooks. And if you see, as I go into my interface here, all of these alerts are actually being correlated together as an issue. It's saying that, oh, those high CPU processes, the high process, the low number of connections process. And there's another alert that I didn't talk about. SEV1 also has the ability to alert off of flow traffic and anomalies based upon flow traffic. So it's actually correlating all of these alerts together, and it's saying, oh, we have a possible probable cause. So I could do a few things. I can actually launch SEV1 directly and confirm that investigation that I just did, which if ideally I should have started here as opposed within SEV1, do my investigation, validate that's what it really is. And once I trust it, I can actually launch a runbook directly from here. And so I'm going to go ahead and start my runbook, go ahead and run it. And what I'm going to do is have that runbook that's going to go ahead and block those IP addresses that we've identified before. And now this is run. And what's going to happen is if I go back to my events, let's go back and search for that firewall. And what I can see here is they're still active. Well, you ask, why is it not cleared yet? Well, that's because what we want to do is run through 1 or 2 polling cycles to ensure that the problem really goes away. And then I'm going to start to see these clear up. All right, so now that we've run through a polling cycle or 2, we can start to see that I'm getting the clear messages in my Watson AI Ops Event Manager. And I'm starting to see them clear up. I can also go back to my SEV1, and sure enough, as I just clicked, all the alerts are now clear, which ultimately will mean if I just refresh over here into Watson AI Ops, you can see that I have them cleared, and then the remaining alert should be cleared shortly. So this is just a quick demonstration to walk through some of the value of having the SEV1's machine learning around performance metrics provide better information into the Watson AI Ops engine, so it can correlate that and get to root cause and ultimately automate it so you don't have to necessarily see some of the behind the scenes manual that I run for the demo.
All right, well, I hope you enjoyed seeing the demonstration of IBM SEV1 Net Performance Management and its integration with Watson AI Ops. Again, you saw how SEV1 NPM gathers data, from across the network. In that case, looking at the firewall and the edge of the network, bringing that data in, doing advanced analytics against that data set to know what's normal, what's not, and sharing that data with other tool sets. In this case, it was Watson AI Ops to reach even a higher level of correlation and analysis. Again, appreciate your time today and have a great rest of event.
And it looks like we had a lot of questions that we can't get to right here, unfortunately, but Brian and the IBM Cloud team will do their best to respond to all these questions in the chat or after the event. And as usual, we do have a poll question for you. We appreciate your feedback on any additional resources you'd like to see from IBM Cloud. And thanks to everybody who's responded to the poll already. We do appreciate your feedback. And I'll just leave it up here for another moment, and then we'll move on to our next presentation. I'd also like to remind you at this point about the handouts. We've got a link from IBM Cloud to a data sheet there, so be sure to check that out if you'd like some more detail. Well, Brian promised, great presentation today, and thank you so much for educating us on IBM Cloud. And thanks to everybody who's responded to the poll. We are now due for another grand prize drawing. This is a big one. This is a drawing for the 3 different Microsoft Surface Pro 8s. And our winners are Thomas Cross of California, Kyle Tartaglia of Massachusetts, and Russell Stone of Texas. So congratulations to Thomas, Kyle, and Russell on the Microsoft Surface Pro 8s. And of course, we're announcing gift card winners every 30 minutes, and our next winner of a $300 Amazon gift card is Carlton Riddick of Georgia. So congratulations. We'll be in touch with all of you about claiming your prizes. And now it's time for our next presentation in the Tools and Services Summit. And our next session comes from Duo. Presenting for Duo is Ted Keatsman, Product Marketing Manager. Ted, welcome. Thanks for being on the event today, and take it away.
Hey everyone, my name is Ted Keatsman. I'm on the product marketing team here at Duo Security. I'm here today to talk about our vision for continuous trusted access. This is really a strategy about moving forward when it comes to secure access and reacting to what we're seeing in the market and trying to make a better experience for everyone overall. So let's get into it. To start by setting the scene a little bit, the way we do business is changing. I mean, that's obviously true, but what do I mean specifically? Well, there are more variables than ever before when thinking about secure access or IT infrastructure generally. We have an expanded workforce. There are consultants, contractors who are also accessing corporate resources. People are accessing from all over the place. They're accessing from their homes, from coffee shops, as well as the corporate network or in an office. We have hybrid infrastructure. They're accessing cloud apps while also accessing on-premise applications. It's just a lot to consider. And all of this makes it difficult to assess and deliver the right level of trust at any given moment. In the olden days, or not that long ago, I guess, it was pretty easy to say if somebody was accessing a resource from a managed device on the corporate network, that was A-okay. But these days, if somebody's accessing from potentially a personal device, from a coffee shop, how do we assess that level of trust, or how do we react to that level of trust? And at the same time, what we're seeing is users deserve seamless and secure access experiences. Folks don't want to spend all day authenticating, and they want the experience itself to feel natural, organic, and easy for them to get their work done. So with these two things happening at the same time, this sort of explosion of complexity on the one hand, more variables than ever before, and yet on the second hand, we're seeing users sort of deserve and really require a seamless and secure access experience. We think it's time that we reimagine access control and develop further from where we are today. To ground the rest of the presentation, I'd like to take a quick moment to review the philosophy of zero trust. And I do want to make the point here that it is a philosophy. It's not a product that you can go out and buy and say, I bought the zero trust box and I have it and it's all good. It's a philosophy that we aspire to and try to fulfill the ideals of. And I think the philosophy is summed up really nicely here in this quote from our own Wendy Nather, who is the head of advisory CISOs at Cisco Secure. It's basically that trust is neither binary, so it's not a 0 or a 1. It exists on a scale from 0 to 1, where it's 1 being the most trusted, 0 being not trusted at all, and there's everything in between. And it's not permanent either. So once, say, your trust is established at a 0.95, pretty trustworthy, it does not stay that way. It can drop drastically. It can maybe increase a little bit more, but it changes over time. So keep this in mind as we move through the rest of the presentation. Trust is neither binary, and that it's not just a 1 or a 0, or permanent. So how can we think about, dealing with this issue of the ephemeral nature of trust? Well, one solution would be to ask users to authenticate a lot. So here's a diagram I'll be returning to over the course of the presentation, but basically on the left, a user starts authentication. They then, and hopefully a secure one where they're performing MFA or doing a passwordless login. They then gain the right access to the right materials, to the right corporate resource, and then they get to work securely. So one solution to this changing level of trust, or the ephemeral nature of trust, would be to kick them out a lot. To basically say, hey, we don't know if you're trusted or not anymore, so we're going to kick you to the beginning and make you perform an authentication again and reestablish that trust. Well, for a lot of reasons, this is obviously sort of a bad way of going about it, because while it's secure on the one hand, it really is a frustrating user experience, having to authenticate over and over again all day, and you lose a lot of productive time, and you sort of want to bang your head against the wall a little bit. So the real question is, how do we realize zero trust while providing a frictionless user experience? And the answer is going to be, as we'll see through the rest of the presentation, by doing a tremendous amount of work in the background. So to just make a note now, I'm going to keep the top line portion of this diagram is going to be what the user sees, or their authentication experience. And below this line is where we're going to do a lot of that work. So the path forward that we see is, as you may have guessed, continuous trusted access. which is really the implementation of zero trust principles in the background while the user's going about their day. So we have two components here that we're going to talk about in this presentation. One is risk-based authentication, which happens prior to a login. So we're sort of diverting that flow when the user starts authentication to our risk-based authentication engine. And then we have a second concept we're going to introduce here today and also review, which is session trust analysis, which is after a user is granted a session, making sure that everything stays okay and reacting to risk during that session itself. We're really trying to implement this concept of never assuming the trust in a user and always verifying it more continuously. So let's start with the prior portion or the pre-login portion of risk-based authentication. Just as a quick roadmap for the presentation, we'll start with risk-based and then we'll move into session trust analysis. So we'll go over both concepts before closing out. So on the risk-based authentication side, our point of view is that traditional risk-based authentication is failing or falling short. So when some of you may have seen risk-based authentication come up on the screen, you could have said to yourself, that's not a new concept. What do you mean you're innovating? We've seen risk-based authentication before. It's been something that's been around the security industry for years. And we agree. We're just saying that in some ways, the explosion of complexity, or to go back to the top of the presentation, that the increasing variables make it harder to do this well. To give one example, risk-based authentication almost always involves sort of an assessment of trust on the IP. And in days when corporate IP was very prevalent, everyone was in the office, and if you saw them accessing from a corporate IP, you knew that was a signal of trust. It was a pretty good signal. But as the rise of remote work has made it so that people are working from anywhere, how do you assess the IP of a home office as compared to the IP of the coffee shop or things like that? So we think the relative value of IP as a signal is dropping a little bit. It's not useless. It will still be something that we assess and look at, but it's just not something you can put all your eggs in that one basket. Secondarily, we think privacy is more important than ever. We don't want to be too obtrusive or tracking a user wherever they go. Are they in their living room versus their dining room? That feels way too invasive, but we also want to have good signals for changes in risk. So we want to have privacy preserving signals. That's something I'll talk about a little more in a second. And lastly, we think the controls are blunt. So risk-based auth is typically, hey, if it's good, allow, and if it's bad, block, and there's not much in between. But as I mentioned, trust exists on a granular scheme or on a granular or sort of a scale from 0 to 1. And we want to be able to have different options along that scale for different risks that we see that might enable more than just this blunt control of block, allow. So let's get into it. If you've seen any sort of risk-based authentication slide before, you've probably seen the one that looks like this. They all sort of follow the same format in the sense that there are signals in the middle that are being ingested into sort of a decision engine. And then on the right, the outcome happens, the disparate outcomes can happen according to what the risk level is. For us, I want to zoom in on one of the signals and one of the controls that we're really interested in and sort of innovating on. One, our Wi-Fi footprint signal, and secondarily, our verified push control. So the Wi-Fi footprint signal is something new that we're bringing to the, how can we assess risk? And the verified push control is something new that we're bringing to, like, not just block allow, but how about a different mechanism to providing a control on the outcome? For risk-based for the Wi-Fi footprint, what signal is this? Well, all of us know that little Wi-Fi drop down in the top of our devices. Well, that's showing what Wi-Fi networks your device can currently see. And it turns out that that signal mapping is really helpful in understanding where you are. You can see a certain set of Wi-Fi networks from your home. You see a certain set of Wi-Fi networks from your office. See another set of Wi-Fi networks when you're at a coffee shop. Now we can anonymize those networks and they become a very nice signal for where you are. The nice thing here is we can then, if you change locations, we can say, hey, their Wi-Fi footprint has changed. And you can say, if you're working consistently in a home office or the corporate network or the corporate office, then you'll see over time, this is where they typically work. And if the Wi-Fi footprint changes drastically to potentially a location somewhere far from where you traditionally are, then you get this increase in risk. And we can say, hey, this is a novel location for this person that we can detect without having to be intrusive. So what's nice about anonymized Wi-Fi network data is that we don't have to say, this is like, for example, in contrast to GPS, we don't have to say this is exactly where they are, but we do know if you're working in the same location you traditionally work or if you've changed locations. And that can be another nice signal to incorporate to make sure that we understand the relative risk of a login attempt. Secondarily, on the control side, we have verified push, which is in between, traditional 2FA and an all-out block. So if something was incredibly risky, we know the credentials have been stolen. You definitely want to block that person. And if something is sort of regular, maybe you just want to do a secure login like 2FA. But if there's something slightly risky about it and you want to make sure that the person is interacting with the prompt so that they're not doing something like, hey, I'm just randomly approving because, I've been working all day and I just sort of press the yes button on this push, then you can invoke the verified push, which makes sure that they enter a code at the time of login. And the reason we wanted to do this is in cases where potentially the risk has been increased slightly, not to the point where we'd want to block, but we want to add a little bit more friction to make sure that person is who they say they are. So it really provides another control in between traditional login and a blocked login. And we see this as being pretty helpful in those, yellow risk areas. So that's risk-based authentication. Our point of view being the sort of traditional mechanisms here are falling short, and we want to reach for better signals that we're evaluating and better controls at the point of login. So this is as a user begins authentication and before they get access to that session. So we'll be evaluating traditional things like device trust and GeoIP, but also incorporating new signals like Wi-Fi footprint. And we'll be providing adaptive experiences, traditional ones like block and allow, but also new experiences like verified push, which increase friction, but don't sort of really interfere with somebody's working day. All right, so let's move on to the second portion here and talk about session trust analysis, which is after the user has gained that session and they're working securely, how do we assess the trust at this component? When we think about session trust analysis, our point of view here is this is a new attack surface. As the strength of the authentication at the time of auth gets stronger and stronger, attackers will move and start looking at ways that they can interrupt a session or disturb a granted session. And so we'll want to take closer care and analyze this portion of a user's access journey as well. So this is a relatively new concept, so I want to spend some time illustrating it. Basically, what this graph, which I'll use over the next couple slides, illustrates trust, or how much we trust the user over time. So the x-axis is time, the y-axis is trust, and right after you authenticate, trust is high. You've just proved you are who you say you are, hopefully with a secure login like 2FA or a passwordless one. And so right after, in those minutes after you've authenticated, trust is really high. But the traditional control here is just you've granted somebody access for 12 hours. And so we don't really have insight into what happens over those next 12 hours. Does trust stay at this level? Does it stay preserved up at that high level? Or does it potentially drop off? Now, this drop off is really meant to illustrate the point. We don't think that this is going to happen every time, or this isn't meant to say that, trust always drops to zero. But I'm just trying to show the difference between, hey, it could be maintained at that level, but perhaps things change over the course of a session. Somebody joins a public Wi-Fi, maybe a laptop firewall is turned off, or an AV agent that is supposed to be running is no longer running or goes out of date. All of these signals could happen over the course of the session, and we wouldn't know about them until they're meant to re-authenticate. And then they would say, hey, you can't authenticate because you have, this change in device posture potentially. So what we're trying to do with session trust analysis is really monitor as many risk signals as we can over the course of the session and respond accordingly to that risk. One thing here to think about is we do want to respond to risk signals that we already know of. So at Duo, we have things that we can assess when it comes to device posture. At Cisco Secure more broadly, we have things that we can assess when it comes to the rest of the portfolio, whether it's things from AMP or Secure Endpoint or other tools that we have. And then we also have third-party partners that we could potentially assess signals from. So I just want to be clear in saying, this isn't just a Duo-centric tool or even necessarily a Cisco Secure-centric thing. We're looking to share signals across the security ecosystem to make sure we're reacting accordingly. So another concept here that's important to understand is the risk threshold. This will be different for every organization and every application even really, but I'm using it here to illustrate the fact that, there's going to be some threshold for which we'll want to change the experience or for which we're comfortable with the user's activity. And so it's illustrated here, sort of the middle of this graph, but we can modify that and according to each company, maybe a company has a higher threshold for risk. They don't want anything bad to happen and they'll want to react to it much more quickly, or a lower threshold. And it'll depend company to company. That all being said, once that threshold is established, we can start using it to provide a couple benefits. One, if a user's trust does not erode below the threshold, if they're doing everything the same way, if things are happening from the same device and they're accessing a resource they're supposed to access, and everything looks good, then we get this benefit of a session can be extended, or potentially they don't have to be asked to re-authenticate as often. This decreases the time spent authenticating and improves that user experience. So in trusted scenarios, we're providing an expedited or extended trust session, which can be really nice for the user experience. On the other hand, or on the flip side, if we detect something drop below that risk threshold, because maybe a signal has changed, their device firewall has been turned off, or we've collected a signal from another part of the portfolio or a third-party partner, then we can alert on that new status, say, hey, this is, the trust in this particular user has changed drastically. And we can share it with other partners or across the portfolio and also react to it. So this is really nice in the sense that at Duo, we can reestablish trust via secure authentication. We can require them to perform some action before they get that trust back. But this is really a nice portion of where we're dynamically reacting to that risk in a much shorter time frame. We're not waiting till that 24-hour session is up. If something changes 25 minutes into a 12-hour session, we can react and get folks' trust back up to that trust level quickly and dynamically. So the second benefit here, aside from the sort of extended or expedited benefit of in trusted scenarios, is providing that extra layer of security or reacting in a quicker fashion to changes in risk. So this is that second portion of the ecosystem underneath the hood, the session trust analysis. We're evaluating device trust and risk signals, and then adapting either via a session extension, if it's in high trust scenarios, or in low trust scenarios, remediating that low trust, or potentially even revoking a session if the things are dire enough. This is enabled both by internal signals, but also by leveraging new protocols to share signals across infrastructure. All that to say, and I know it's been a little bit of a journey here, but it's in summary, it's pretty simple. To enable seamless, secure access, we're continuously assessing risk and trust in the background via these two components: risk-based authentication prior to login, session trust analysis post-login. And this whole ecosystem was where we're headed with continuous trusted access. It's our vision for the future of secure access, providing all of this adaptive and assessment of trust in the background, with the goal of providing two key benefits. One, ease of use, streamlining access and user experience in trusted scenarios, and secondarily, defense in depth, providing continuous dynamic reactions to changes in trust or risk, and making sure that things are provided with the appropriate level of security for the risk that they are currently expressing. So in summary, in a single sentence, continuous trusted access is looking to fulfill that ideal that is the security of zero trust. That's, again, it's that philosophy of the security of zero trust without unnecessary friction. So providing that the appropriate amount of friction based on the risk. And with that, I'd like to finish out the presentation. Thanks so much for listening, and see you around.
Okay, and we do have the poll question up here, just about what additional information you'd like about the Duo solution. So we will leave that up during the Q&A portion here. And Ted, great presentation. Really nice discussion. Are you ready for some questions?
Yep, sounds good.
All right, super. So the first one is about the Wi-Fi component. The Wi-Fi component looks really interesting. How does it work technically under the hood?
Yeah, I tried to explain in the presentation a little bit, but it is a new signal, so I like to dig in whenever possible, and it's a good question. Basically, we have Duo can have an application on the device, on your laptop, or on your mobile device that looks at the Wi-Fi networks your device can see at a certain moment. And by see, I mean when you look at your drop-down of Wi-Fi networks, the ones that are listed there. We collect that information, but then it's salted and hashed to cryptographic terms, just meaning we make it so that we can't tell what those Wi-Fi networks are. I like to talk about this now just to let you know that it's a privacy-preserving signal. We'll never know what the Wi-Fi networks are in your neighborhood or pinpoint your location that way. But it does let us know if you change locations. If you go to a new spot, set down your laptop, and you have new Wi-Fi networks that your device can look at, we'll have a different signal for your Wi-Fi fingerprint, and that will mean that we know you've changed locations, and we can add that into the risk calculus as you try to log in. We're like, hey, this user's in a new location. We validated that from this Wi-Fi signal, and that will help us better, give you the right authentication experience. Maybe we'll step up a little bit because you're in a new location, but if you're in the same location and you're using the same Wi-Fi networks you always use, you'll have an expedited login. You'll get to go through quicker because we know you're in the same spot.
Oh, that is very cool. I wish my iPhone did that so that I didn't have to enter my password every time. Can you set up verified push as static policy?
Yeah, that's a good question too. We've gotten this question a lot. So for folks who zoomed in on the verified push portion of the policy or of the presentation, verified push is that new version of Duo Push where there's actually a code you enter to. It can be invoked in two ways in the Duo product. One is it can be invoked as static policy, meaning you just add in, you say for this very high sensitive application, people are going to have to do verified push or this push plus code every time they log in. It's sort of like triple factor authentication, but it's a little extra friction. So we recommend people invoke it via our risk-based authentication functionality, which means it's only stepped up when we detect risk. So there are two ways. One, static policy, which means it's always on, but it's a little more friction, and some of our very security sensitive customers want that. But secondarily, we can make it so that it only steps up or is only called when there's more risk detected. You make somebody do that verified push in that case. So those are the two ways to make verified push happen in your environment.
Okay, gotcha. And Ted, this isn't a question, but Deb just wrote in to say this has been one of the most helpful sessions of the entire day. So just some nice feedback there.
Thanks, Deb.
This is one that I saw that you answered, but It's a good one anyway. Matt wants the elevator pitch. He says, if I have to convince my CEO to invest in this in 5 minutes, what would be that top pitch? What is that top pitch?
Yeah, I liked this question a lot because I like to finish out the presentation with what I see as there are two key benefits to implementing sort of a continuous trusted access strategy. And the keyword being continuous, we're sort of evaluating trust in the background all the time. The two benefits are we can more dynamically react to a change in a risk signal. When you're continuously looking at risk signals, you can say, hey, something changed, that looks fishy. We're going to want to up security requirements in much more closer to real time. So you have the security benefit. You can dynamically react to a change in risk. But what we all forget too is there's the second benefit, which is if everyone's doing everything they should be doing, which is most of the time, they're working at their laptop, they've been at the same home office for the last 8 months, 2 years, however long, then we can make their login experience much simpler. We know everything because we're continuously assessing. We can say, hey, they're on that same device, they're on the same network, they're accessing the application they always access. You can get out of the way in those cases. So the elevator pitch is more security when things look suspicious or risky, but also expediting user experience when things are normal, when things are as they should be.
Well, Ted, like you said, that's a perfect place probably to leave it. If somebody wants to get started with Duo, though, or find out more, what do you recommend?
Definitely come over to our website. There's a bunch of resources there on duo.com where you can learn more about some of these things. With continuous trusted access in particular, the link is duo.com/introducing continuous trusted access with hyphens in between each of the words. So introducing continuous trusted access. And that's a great place to, we actually have an email nurture if you want to get in on like a email list that keeps you all up to date with products. So I would say the website generally, but in specific, if you're interested in continuous trusted access, duo.com/introducing continuous trusted access.
Awesome. Okay, well, Ted, great presentation again. Thanks again, and really appreciate this update on Duo.
Cool. Thanks so much.
All right, and now it's time for our next prize drawing. And the winner of the $300 Amazon gift card is Rong Liu of California. So congratulations to Rong. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. And let's move on to our next presentation in this Tools and Services Virtual Summit. Our next session comes from Delinea, and presenting for Delinea is Tony Golding, Cybersecurity Evangelist. So I'm going to turn things over to Tony.
I'm pretty jazzed for the opportunity to talk to you today about a topic that's very, very close to my heart. I certainly have a lot of information to go through, so apologies in advance of taking this at a pretty fast clip. Now, in terms of an agenda, I'd like to set the stage a little by looking at the current state of the nation. What are the dynamics pushing organizations in this particular direction? How are these dynamics impacting our business? And specifically, how are they increasing risk? And then finally, how must the PAM vendor community respond to mitigate such risk and to better align with the way you and your organizations are transforming? Now, many of you will be already acutely aware of the key dynamics shaping our new IT and security world, but it's worth touching on them because these dynamics include a skills shortage, meaning there will be people attending this webinar who are short on security skills and desperate for knowledge. Globally, there's a shortage of qualified security professionals. Some countries and organizations are obviously suffering the brain drain more than others, plus the fallout from what's being called the Great Resignation. In their 2021 IT and Security Talent Pipeline study, InfoSec told us that 92% of respondents reported challenges filling open cyber positions. So this means that unqualified people are being pushed into security positions and many are treading water. So let's do them a favor and summarize other key dynamics forcing us to revisit how we do security. And we'll start with cloud transformation or cloud migration. It has many names. We're all doing it. And pre-COVID, many organizations had a 2 to 5 year plan to migrate workloads to the cloud. But the pandemic smashed the fast forward button on that and threw us all, IT and security teams especially, into reaction mode. Now today, 36% of security leaders have moved non-business critical functions to the cloud, while 42% have moved business critical functions to the cloud as a result of the pandemic. So here we are, with stuff that needs protection still on premises, plus in the cloud, and for many, in multiple clouds. How can we protect it all, and how can we do it effectively and efficiently to control risk, maximize productivity, meet compliance objectives, all within a limited IT budget that is a battleground for lots of projects besides security? Another dynamic. Overnight, the workforce became remote. The number of employees working from home doubled in the first year of the pandemic. Today, 2/3 of employees work remotely at least part-time, and 68% of businesses say they're going to make this a permanent part of their culture over the next 2 years. Now, those are big numbers, and it's hardly surprising that organizations are concerned about how remote work will negatively impact their business and what to do about it. Remote workers are certainly rich pickings for cybercriminals. There's even a group called Evil Corp who focuses exclusively on compromising remote workers as a way of gaining an initial foothold in the network. All evidence tells us that remote work is here to stay. So, for us security practitioners, how can we support the C-level and the board of directors who want to see new digital-first initiatives drive revenue while reducing the risks of successful data breaches and ransomware attacks, while improving productivity, guaranteeing cybersecurity insurance coverage, and being fiscally responsible? It's not much of an ask, is it? I just mentioned cybersecurity insurance. This is very much top of mind for organizations we talk to on a daily basis, and it's one more key dynamic that will have a major impact on businesses. The 2022 Verizon Data Breach Investigations report tells us that external attacks continue to increase. No big surprise there, but it also tells us that ransomware grew more in 2021 than in the previous 5 years combined. Ransomware is a big hit with cyber criminals today. So much so, there are franchise models where affiliates can subscribe to a ransomware as a service that provides tools, services, expertise, and will even negotiate a settlement from the victim on behalf of the affiliate. With all the success by ransomware attackers, insurance companies have certainly taken note. And you would too if your payouts were just about reaching your premium totals, which is what the blue bars represent on the slide. The right-hand percentages show how much on average cyber insurance prices are increasing in response to this, and that line, it's trending upward. As I mentioned on the last slide, cyber insurance companies are reacting to a flood of claims, many around ransomware attacks. They're demanding PAM capabilities, such as MFA, as a condition of insurance, and they're increasing premiums. So this puts pressure on organizations to ensure they do the right thing to ensure coverage. This checklist helps you prepare for the sort of questions cybersecurity insurers are likely to ask. Please head over to our website and download a copy for yourself. So what's the impact to our business of all this? In a word, risk. All those dynamics in play are making our jobs as security practitioners much harder. We see an explosion of identities, endpoints, infrastructure, and applications, making IT way more complex than ever. Every new identity and workload increases the attack surface, giving cyber criminals more opportunity and vectors of attack. And this expanding threat landscape has caused organizations to deploy a wide array of cybersecurity solutions for a seemingly endless number of purpose-built use cases. These solutions are focused on specific problems, and yet breaches and ransomware continue to impact more and more organizations, often via compromised credentials. Unless we can respond to all this to better defend and protect access to our privileged accounts, our workstations, and our servers, we will be at much greater risk of a successful breach and ransomware extortion. Let's talk now about how privileged access management can help. I'm going to do a little PAM 101, and part of my objective in doing this is to debunk a common myth that PAM is simply password vaulting. Now, if you leave this webinar with just one takeaway, please remember this. Vaulting without privilege elevation is like rock without roll. It's like Batman without Robin, Thor without Mjolnir, Yin without Yang. Sure, each one is fine on its own, but the winner is the combo. And the same is true of privileged access management. the value of vaulting plus privilege elevation is greater than the sum of the parts. Now, on their PAM journey, many organizations historically embraced a password vault in response to auditors telling them they didn't have sufficient protection for shared privileged accounts. So they quickly bought a vault and cleared the audit finding. But that's where it stopped. By itself, it's not enough to address the broader risk concerns that, if not checked, allow cyber criminals to walk off with your data. Let's take a closer look at these two major moving parts of PAM, vaulting and privilege elevation, and get a better sense of how they individually contribute to driving down risk and why, if you choose to embrace only one, you're leaving yourself exposed. Now, for the purpose of this discussion, and specifically in the context of PAM, we're going to use the term authentication to refer mainly to human users logging into workstations and servers, i.e. getting through the front door. Then on the inside, what privileged applications and commands that user can run. We refer to that as authorization. So there's a clear delineation that maps very nicely to the two key moving parts of PAM. The scope of vaulting is mainly to facilitate legitimate authentication or login to servers and workstations. The scope of privilege elevation is mainly to facilitate legitimate authorization or privilege application and command execution on those servers and workstations. So let's dig a little deeper into the vault. As the name implies, the vault is used to store important stuff. And in this context, we're talking about shared privileged accounts, such as the built-in root account on Linux and the local administrator account on Windows. Accounts that give admins or an attacker way too much privilege. In a perfect world, we would eliminate these accounts since they're so dangerous in the wrong hands. They literally are the keys to the IT infrastructure kingdom, but we can't. Operating systems and enterprise apps, they require such accounts to be present for use by human administrators for interactive login and execution. The vault now becomes the gatekeeper, strictly controlling who can check them out and for how long. And this better satisfies those auditors who would ding you for not having sufficient protection around these accounts. Organizations can now better control and audit such access. For example, if an administrator receives a help desk ticket to fix a problem on a database server, she can request just-in-time access to a vaulted, privileged account. The Vault's workflow engine will route the request to one or more approvers along with context, such as the ticket number. And if approved, the Vault will automatically grant that user the right to log in to that specific server with that specific account. Now, one issue with this is that the account used by the admin is overprivileged, i.e. they're not constrained to only being able to access the database and its management tools. They have full privileges. Now, when the job is done, the access is automatically revoked by the Vault and the password is automatically rotated for extra security. Again, the scope of the Vault is around protecting IDs and passwords used to authenticate, to log into computers with shared privileged accounts. What happens after login is in scope of privilege elevation. Now, if we didn't vault away shared privileged accounts and we went back to allowing our admins to use them anytime they liked, there would be no need for privilege elevation because those accounts are fully privileged. But that's not the modern world. We now align with a best practice that's globally accepted called the principle of least privilege. In the PAM world, that basically says our users log in with an individual enterprise account that has minimum rights. Even if their job requires more rights to manage web servers or databases or PCI servers, as a baseline, they're not given enough rights to do any of that. But with privilege elevation, we can grant legitimate users additional rights in real time to run privileged applications and commands. However, we do this under control, only when necessary, and we time box it so that the extra rights automatically expire after the task is complete. To help, PAM provides self-service access request workflows. The admins can request elevated rights when, for example, they get that trouble ticket asking them to fix the broken database. So the elevated rights will be scoped, for example, to only run a specific application with administrator rights. Those elevated rights, they don't extend to running other privileged apps or commands. Notice that if a cyber criminal manages to compromise the user and take over their account, since its normal state is one of least privilege, we've reduced the potential fallout and we block the attacker from being able to move laterally to other servers in the network. And we'll talk a bit more about that in the next slide under lateral movement. Hopefully now you have a much better understanding of the scope of vaulting versus privilege elevation and the role they play in authentication and authorization. Let's go one step further and see how they play in a typical attack scenario. At the end of this, I hope you'll see that using both a vault and privilege elevation allows you to break the chain in more places, mitigating your overall risk of a data breach or ransomware attack. Now on the screen, you see a very typical attack chain that visualizes the main tactics used in these attacks. Progressing linearly from left to right, it begins with the cyber criminal getting an initial foothold. This is typically using an email-based phishing technique to compromise an end user's workstation and take over their account. Key to progression of the attack is obtaining access to privileged credentials. An all too common occurrence is to allow end users to log into their workstations with admin rights, giving the attacker a huge leg up since the malware they download now executes with those elevated admin rights. This is where both vaulting and privilege elevation contribute. Vault away the local admin accounts to ensure they're not misused and abused, and rotate them on a routine basis. The user then logs in with their low privilege enterprise account. We can give users temporary elevated rights to perform a legitimate task, such as configuring a new printer or running a privileged application. Now the benefits here include reduced help desk calls, reduced risk, and centralized management of policies across all workstations. With this combination of vaulting and just-in-time privilege elevation, we can break the chain here to prevent the cyber criminal from elevating privilege and moving vertically from the workstation to the server network where our most sensitive data lives. Now moving along the attack chain, lateral movement is another key objective, allowing the attacker to move from server to server looking for more privileged accounts such as domain administrator and sensitive data to exfiltrate or encrypt for ransom. Here too, vaulting and privilege elevation, they play their respective parts in mitigating these risks. Server administrator accounts like root and local administrator, they are vaulted away and only available for break glass emergencies. Least privilege is enforced whereby admins log into these servers using their personal enterprise account, such as an AD account. Policies govern what privileged apps and commands they are allowed to run. And if a cyber criminal has compromised that admin's individual account, the blast radius is contained. They won't have permissions to cover their tracks by editing log files, or disable local security, or elevate rights to download tools, or to move laterally to other servers. We can also apply MFA on login to servers and when attempts are made to run privileged apps or commands, ideally using phishing-resistant MFA, such as FIDO2 USB tokens. On Linux, think of this as MFA for sudo. For many Linux shops, that's a holy grail for sure. Then as we move to the right, the cyber criminals are executing their endgame, perhaps looking to exfiltrate data or encrypt it for ransom, or both, in what's becoming common in double extortion ransomware attacks. Again, vaulting to take those keys to the kingdom privileged accounts out of circulation reduces risk. But then adding privilege elevation at the server level to protect the servers, enforcing least privilege, adaptive MFA, and just-in-time access request workflows to severely limit what the cyber criminal can do. If behavioral analytics spots abnormal behavior, it can quickly alert security and include a link to a recording of that specific session. The incident response team doesn't have to spend hours trying to sift through local log files on multiple systems. They can go directly to the session recording to visually analyze the user activity or to search the recording itself for suspicious commands like sudo. By enforcing least privilege, all audit log activity is tied back to a real user ID instead of being anonymous, like root or administrator or Oracle. So if IT modernization and transformation requires a similarly transformative PAM, what does that look like? Well, modern PAM is basically a new PAM built for the cloud and designed to handle your hybrid cloud security use cases, i.e. it's designed to accommodate everything you see here, whether on-premises, in the cloud, or a hybrid. It's not a monolithic application designed originally for the data center, lifted and shifted into the cloud, but unable to leverage platform as a service benefits. A modern PAM that supports a transformative business requires a new architecture, one that's capable of handling new use cases driven by your hybrid IT, your remote workforce, and cyber criminals who are continually upping their game to take advantage of all this. This means a PAM solution designed from the ground up in the cloud. Instead of a monolithic app, this modern PAM is designed around a SaaS platform that can deliver shared services to the various PAM capabilities that run on it, such as the Vault. The benefits of a platform architecture like this is beyond the scope of this webinar, but suffice it to say, the linear PAM was built around such a model. You'll also find it in best practices such as NIST's Zero Trust architecture. They refer to this as a unified management plane and a distributed control plane. Now for us old school types, it's the PDP and PEP model. Policy definition point that equates to the hub in this diagram, and distributed policy enforcement points that are represented by the spokes. It's this modern cloud-native architecture that enables our solution to extend its reach beyond the data center and satisfy all the demands of a distributed hybrid cloud IT infrastructure. So as your enterprise and its supporting infrastructure evolves and grows, perhaps new projects in their own private cloud, or new virtual private clouds, each with their own workloads in the same cloud provider, or new workloads in a totally different cloud platform, or even a merger or acquisition, you can quickly bring them into your PAM ecosystem with its SaaS platform, vaulting, centralized and unified policy management, and fine-grained access and privilege controls for the workstations and the servers. With this architecture, you can keep your virtual private clouds private. You don't have to poke holes in your VPC firewalls or replicate full vault stacks in each cloud and each VPC. You can also avoid replicating your on-prem AD or LDAP infrastructure into the cloud to support admins logging into cloud-hosted instances using their AD credentials. Our SaaS platform built specifically to accommodate hybrid IT models, it grows with your business, and you don't have to throw away all your existing investments. Continue to leverage things like your identity management tooling, your directory infrastructure such as Active Directory, and two-factor solutions such as YubiKey, Duo, and FIDO2 authenticators. So I hope that helps demystify PAM and bust the myth that PAM equals vault, and that modern enterprises need a modern PAM that's equally transformative. Some of you in the webinar, I'm sure, are here out of curiosity, but many of you will have teams and managers expecting you to report back. This slide can help with those conversations and also contribute to a business case around PAM. PAM has many moving parts, and it's rarely a single event in time. So as you look at your business critical assets, where they live, who should have access to them, the impact to your business if they're compromised, what security controls you already have in place, and what gaps exist, then this maturity model can help you visualize that current state, your desired future state, the gaps, and a phased approach to closing those gaps over time. The three phases describe an increasing degree of rigor and sophistication in cybersecurity risk management using PAM and its various capabilities. For managers in the audience who are more used to talking risk than technology, this can also help visualize risk reduction over time, although clearly it'll be up to you to quantify how each step on this maturity journey is contributing to reducing your overall risk. In this model, there's three phases of PAM maturity that involve various PAM capabilities in each pillar. Each capability can also contribute to the three major dynamics that run across them all: governance, risk and compliance, privilege administration, and identity and access management. You can see that the Vault is a great first step on that road to move us out of the danger zone, where there's too many accounts with too much privilege and we're basically in a reactive mode. This phase 1 is considered foundational to get those shared privileged accounts under control, enabling secure remote server access for internal admins and outsourced contractors, auditing and reporting for visibility and accountability, MFA for identity assurance, and of course discovery. But as we discussed, with all the risks we face in our modern hybrid world, we can't stop there. By now you'll have realized the need to consolidate vaulting with privilege elevation. Privilege elevation brings in more maturity at phase 2 to protect your workstations and your servers. We reduce the attack surface by eliminating unnecessary admin accounts, and we further drive down risk with supporting elements like additional MFA on server login and privilege elevation, with just-in-time workflow-based access requests, local account discovery, and special considerations for DevOps secrets management. Now, phase 3 is not essential for all organizations. The capabilities here should be assessed for their individual merit and in closing some remaining gaps that you have to get you as close as possible to your assessed level of risk tolerance. Phase 3 includes capabilities that can be more adaptive and dynamic in nature, relying less on a static model of rules and policies that require constant human care and feeding. It helps us move security further into the background, introduce more automation that ultimately improves operational efficiency, reduces password fatigue, and helps us better respond to situations that a static model can't. we introduced capabilities like machine learning, behavioral analytics, and application account lifecycle management. Now in this slide, I've overlaid the Delinea PAM products that generally align with each phase. Of note is the Secret Server Vault in Phase 1 and the Privilege Elevation products, Server Suite and Cloud Suite in Phase 2. Now this is the future of PAM and it's the future of Delinea, a unified cloud platform supporting vaulting and privilege elevation to address modern hybrid cloud use cases for our customers transitioning to the cloud. All the Delinea PAM products tap into that central platform of shared capabilities such as analytics, discovery, workflows, auditing, and session recording. Now, in terms of qualifications, Delinea is a PAM leader, placing high in all major PAM analyst reports, including the Gartner PAM MQ. Since our first submission way back in 2014, we've consistently been ranked in the leader quadrant of all these analyst reports. All right, then, I've come to the end of my formal presentation, and I've been handed a couple of good questions that were in the question and answer section by my colleague Corey, so let's just run with them. So the first one is, in your maturity model slide, you mentioned identity consolidation. What does that mean? Well, when we refer to identity consolidation, we're really talking about removing as many unnecessary privileged accounts off the playing field as possible. By doing so, we can reduce our attack surface. And over the course of years or whatever, most organizations probably have an abundance of local privileged accounts that their administrators have created for their own benefit, for their own use. And each one of those is a potential vector of attack. So part of identity consolidation means getting rid of as many of those as humanly possible. Ideally, we have our administrators using a least privilege method of access control. So they're using their own individual AD account, for example, to log into any of the servers they need access to. They no longer need those privileged accounts because we're then elevating privilege against their individual low privilege account on a case-by-case basis. So again, eliminating those, removing as many as we can, reduces that attack surface. You'll also find that there are also headless accounts as well that also can be eliminated, or at least we can ensure that they are disabled for interactive login because they're used by applications and services. They're also a potential vector of attack. So that's just about it. I've come to the end of my time. Thanks very much indeed for your attention and your time. I hope you learned something from this. So again, until next time, my name is Tony Golding. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay, we do have a poll question for you. Appreciate your feedback on additional resources that you'd like to see from Delinea. Thanks, Tony. That was a great presentation. Really appreciate the update on what's going on with Delinea. I'd also like to remind everybody about the handouts. We do have that PDF from Delinea, which is that cyber insurance assessment readiness checklist that Tony mentioned in his presentation. It's a great resource. Be sure to check that out if you'd like more detail. Just another opportunity to just peruse the resources in the handouts section. There's a lot of good stuff in there. This is also a good time for a reminder that our $50 Best Question Prize applies to every one of our 10 sessions today. So thanks for the questions you've sent, and keep sending those questions in. Presenters and their teammates are standing by answering some of your questions live on air, answering them publicly in the chat or privately in the chat, or planning to get back to you after the event. Okay, well, thanks to everybody who has responded to the poll. We really do appreciate that feedback. And we've come to our next prize drawing, and this is a big one. So first, we've got a $300 Amazon gift card, and this one is going to Yikun Shen of Minnesota. And then we also have a grand prize drawing right now. So this is for 3 Apple M1 iPad Airs. Each of the names I'm about to list will get one of those 256 gig Wi-Fi iPads. And the winners are Bradley Breedlove of Indiana, Anthony Marino of North Carolina, and Riley Rumfelt of Indiana. So congratulations to Bradley, Anthony, and Riley on the iPads, and congratulations to Yikun on the gift card. We'll be in touch about claiming your prizes. And now it's time for our next presentation in the virtual summit, and our next session comes from Rapid7. Presenting for Rapid7 is Meg Donlin, Director of Product Marketing for Detection and Response. So welcome, Meg. Thanks for being on the event, and take it away.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Meg Donlin. I'm on the product marketing team at Rapid7, and I'm excited to talk to you all today about future-proofing your security operations center. When we think about what does the future of the security operations center or SOC look like, I think we first have to think about what are we going to have to protect in the future? What are we actually securing in the future? And I think the big theme of the future is just more. There's going to be more to protect, more to have to look after, more that we want to make sure is safe and secure and being detected against, and that we are capable of running strong security around. And I think a few things stand out, and many of us are already seeing them in some of our organizations or in our SOCs. I think the first big theme of what we're going to have to protect is more cloud. We're already seeing organizations adopt a cloud-first mindset. We saw a huge expansion in cloud adoption over the course of the pandemic. Gartner actually predicts over the next 4 years, 85% of organizations will adopt a cloud-first mindset. So certainly cloud is very top of mind when we think about the future SOC. I think the other big thing is SaaS. We definitely saw, again, an explosion in SaaS applications during the pandemic. They helped us ensure that we had business continuity, that we could keep those critical programs and operations up and running all the time. But they grew faster than a lot of our security teams did, for sure, and certainly faster than a lot of our capacity did to make sure that we were protecting them. So more SaaS and potentially with that more shadow IT, more applications that we have to be aware of and look after. Internet of Things, OT, I think this is another big theme. Again, something that we've already started to see more of, but it's just becoming more and more the fabric of the infrastructure of our companies, more devices, more IoT, OT as part of our manufacturing, part of the way that we execute business. That's huge. Remote work is here to stay. I'm remote right now. Forbes, I was reading earlier, is saying that 1 in 4 professional jobs in North America are going to be remote by the end of this year. And it's going to only continue to go up from there. So, remote work, people kind of working from anywhere with any device, anytime they want. We're going to continue to see more complexity in the different groups of users and cohorts that we have to look after in the SOC. And then I think just lastly, a general theme as a result of all of these plus many other technologies that we'll be looking after is increased speed and scale. Our organizations everyone wants to be disruptive. We want to transform digitally. We want to make sure we are maximized to have innovation and hyper growth and all of those different things. And so too often, I think right now already the SOC is on their heels trying to keep up. We don't want to be the person in the room that's saying, I don't know, we need more time, we're not ready. And that's only going to continue to increase in the future. So these are the dynamics that I think we're going to be facing in the SOC in the not too distant future, and many of us already are. And with these, I think there's a lot of challenges. And again, some of these we're feeling already today, but I think the future multiplies and amplifies some of these challenges. So sprawling attack surface, like we talked about, more applications, more cloud, more devices, more places that our people are working. The skills gap, unfortunately, continues to widen, and we continue to see that our resources and bandwidth in the SOC are not growing at the same pace as the threat landscape and the attack surface. And so that widening skills gap, unfortunately, continues to be an obstacle for the SOC team in the future. Disjointed technology, and I think this one we really saw over the last couple of years as everyone introduced new technology to try to maintain business continuity and ensure that we were able to all connect with each other and that teams had the tools that they needed to support their growth. And likewise, on the security team, we've introduced, in some cases, a lot of different point solutions, perhaps, to try to maintain visibility in different parts of our environment and try to just accommodate things as we go. And I think for a lot of us, that's created silos. It's created incomplete pictures of the environment. It's been challenging for teams to stitch those all together. And I think that's really led to these last two challenges that I want to talk about, alert fatigue and noise being a big one. When we have many disparate solutions that we're working with in the SOC, all firing alerts all day long, they're not talking to each other, they're not well integrated. In some cases, they might be only partially deployed. It creates a lot of noise. It creates a lot of information and complexity for our analysts to have to parse through. And that gets more challenging as this future landscape gets broader and proliferates. And then the last one, lack of info and relevant context. I think one of the biggest challenges that we have in the SOC is something bad has happened, now what? And if we have to search in 10 different places for that information, or if we're having to parse through a lot of data to find the relevant information and context that we're looking for to make a decision, that slows us down and it gives attackers the upper hand. So that's ultimately the sort of challenges that we're facing in the SOC. So then, what does the SOC require in the future to be successful? I think there's a few things. Greater efficiency and agility is a big one. How can we be more nimble? How can we react faster? How can we make sure we're maximizing the resources that we do have, that we are using our bandwidth efficiently and effectively? That's going to be really critical in challenging this lopsided battle that we're facing versus attackers today. The second thing that I think we're going to need more of is how can we be more proactive when it comes to detection and response? So again, today, I think attackers have the upper hand. Can we thwart their plans earlier on in the cyber kill chain? Can we put them on their heels? And can we make decisions faster and earlier to challenge attackers and to keep our organizations safer? I think that's going to be really critical in the future. And then the last point is we need help. I think that, again, because the skills gap isn't going away, we need the ability to be able to flex resources when we need it. We need that lifeline when our team needs it. We need to be able to scale resources when something bad is happening or when there's a big change coming in order to level up our threat detection and response. The good news when we think about these three things that the SOC needs for the future is that I actually think there's some bright spots. There's some exciting technologies and changes and evolutions of existing technologies on the horizon that I think are really going to help support that future SOC in bringing that agility, the proactiveness, and the resources and flexibility that teams need. And so three of the things that I'm most excited about that I think are going to help drive the future of the SOC and deliver those things: XDR, or extended detection and response, external threat intelligence, and the hybrid SOC. And I'm going to go into each of these in a little bit more detail. The first being XDR, which I think is going to be a big help. What is XDR? So XDR is an emerging technology, again, extended detection and response. Because it's so new, I think you'll find a lot of definitions out there, but there's kind of four big themes that I think are consistent across any definition of good XDR. And these, I think, are all going to be really critical factors in the future SOC. The first is unified telemetry and detections. So again, today, the SOC, and certainly even more so in the future, is facing a lot of noise, disparate tools, a lot of complexity. It's hard. You have to go to, potentially many different things to get the full story. XDR is about bringing that full story to the analyst. So how can I unify all of that critical security telemetry across users, endpoint, cloud, network, other security data, all in one place, and not just bring it together, because again, that's just kind of aggregating the problem, but how do I turn that into something cohesive and something that an analyst can use and that's going to be relevant and actionable for them? So having curated detections across those telemetries and being able to correlate and provide really high quality, full picture investigation. So when something bad happens, I can see, how did this threat move? Where did it come in? It started on the endpoint. They moved across the network like this. This user was affected. This other user was affected. Being able to kind of have that complete cohesive picture in one place, that's a huge part of XDR. And I think really going to address the noise problem that we have today. And that certainly has a risk of being potentially amplified in the future SOC. The other thing that I think is exciting about XDR is this idea of guided response and automation. So I need help. I need access to expertise. I need to be able to take action quickly. When something bad happens, I need my team to know what to do and to feel confident taking that action. And so XDR goes beyond just automation, having access to some playbooks, but actually providing guidance on, hey, this is our recommendation based on this alert. This is what you should do. We would quarantine this user. We would run this script to understand the impact of this. We would take these next steps from a remediation standpoint, and then giving the user, because humans are also always going to be part of the SOC, even in the future, giving that user, that analyst, the opportunity to make a decision, make a call with all of the relevant information in one place, and have one-click automation to accelerate their time to respond and reduce their MTTR, which I think is going to be really exciting. The third piece, and this is a theme across a couple of things in the future SOC, but more proactive detection and response. Again, how can we put attackers on their heels? How can we thwart those plans earlier on? And so being able to get in, at the earliest part of the attack chain, even externally when attacks are being planned and plotted. How can we hunt threats more effectively, again, with the right data in the right place? And XDR is going to be the resource that has those tools and that telemetry to support our analysts in being more proactive around detection and response. And lastly, I think just the guiding principle and kind of a core tenet of good XDR is a focus on efficiency at every step. How can I, level up my level 1 analyst to perform like a level 3 analyst? How can I make people, faster and more productive earlier on in their onboarding cycle? How can I help everyone feel confident that when they take an action or when an alert fires, it's a real alert? It's not a false positive. How can we make sure that interfaces are intuitive, that you don't need to be writing scripts and code and those sorts of things all day? XDR allows security professionals to focus on security. And I think, from talking to a lot of security professionals, I think they're frustrated today that unfortunately a lot of the programs and products that they're using are not allowing them to focus on security. And so XDR addresses that and all of these things. And that's why I think it's going to be a really critical component of the future SOC. The next trend that I want to talk about is threat intelligence, and I have DFIR here. Excuse the old slide, but really I think what this comes down to is how do we marry external threat intelligence with XDR to get that 360-degree view of the attack surface? I think that is going to be really critical when we talk about building a more proactive future SOC. So with strong external threat intelligence, I'm not just monitoring my internal attack surface and digital footprint. I'm able to look out into the clear, deep, and dark web and see plans in action. I can see someone that's maybe starting to stand up a spoofing domain, somebody that is setting up a phishing campaign, someone that is imitating one of my employees or imitating our website to our potential customers. And so by being able to have that visibility, we're able to thwart those attacks that much earlier, which I think is really exciting. And we're even seeing, some external threat intelligence solutions offering to take it a step further, really drive the outcome, all the way home and take those things down to, disable those domains, to have LinkedIn take down that fake profile, to have stop them from selling your customer information on the dark web. I think that's what's really exciting. And combined with that cohesive visibility that you're getting from XDR across endpoint, users, network, and cloud, it creates this 360-degree view of the attack surface for the future SOC, which I think is something that we don't have today. You know, that's a big theme that we hear from customers at Rapid7 is just blind spots. I can't protect what I can't see. And so in the future, I think this combination of external threat intelligence and XDR together to give that 360-degree view is going to be really powerful and also really important to address some of those challenges that I was speaking about earlier. And then I think the last trend that we want to talk about is, again, that ability to flex up my resources. I need to be more agile. I need help and access to expertise to be frictionless. And that's where I think new operating models can help. So there's a few different SOC operating models, and many of us are familiar with them today. And even hybrid, I think there's flavors of it out there today. But internal SOC models, obviously, we're managing it all ourselves. We are, procuring our software. We're running all of it, configuring it, monitoring it, living it day to day, all ourselves. Internal, pretty straightforward. Tiered, I think this is often, a traditional MSSP model. My team does this, my partner does this. And, sometimes I think that might be pitched as a hybrid model today, but I would say hybrid is a little bit different. I think hybrid is more of a fluid partnership, more access to expertise when you need it. And I'll talk more about what that looks like in a moment. And of course, on the other end of the spectrum, we've got fully managed, outsourced, an extension of your team that, operates outside of your company, which again is a popular model today, especially for a lot of teams that are under-resourced. For the people that are attempting to use hybrid SOC today, I think there are some challenges that are keeping them from realizing the full potential of hybrid SOC. And I think one of the big things is a lot of vendors offering hybrid SOC today require the customer to go out and procure a number of different technologies to support their hybrid SOC model. So they're responsible for going out and getting their own EDR tool, potentially their own SIM, their own network tool, all of these different things. And then they often have to set them up as well. And so it takes away from some of the efficiency and the benefit of having access to these experts when you and your team have to go out and procure all this different software, manage that relationship, and set it up initially. The other big thing that I think is a challenge for today's hybrid SOC model is that a lot of it, the customer isn't able to see what's happening. The partner is maybe operating in a vacuum, and maybe they give you a small report or something when something bad happens, but otherwise you're kind of operating in the dark. And so that is a big challenge for teams. I'm not able to go to my C-suite and articulate what's happening. For other things that are happening around my environment, other security jobs that I'm doing, I don't have the context of what's happening over here for my detection or response. So that's a challenge. And then the last piece I think is rigidity. They're just not very flexible. It's you sign a contract, you're locked in for a year. It's very cut and dry of who does what, which, can be good, I guess, in that it provides some clarity of who does what, but when you need more or when something bad happens, who's that partner? How do you scale up and down? Or if your organization is taking on something new, how can you really accommodate that change? And so that is where I think the future of the hybrid SOC needs to go. It needs to enable teams to focus on the things that they care about, the things that are important to you and your organization, your SOC team, and your hybrid SOC partner needs to take care of everything else. And so a few keys that I think are going to be critical to unlocking kind of the promise of hybrid SOC. The first is sliding scale services. So again, if I have to go out and procure all of this different technology, manage it, maybe initially set it up, that's taking away from the benefit of having a hybrid SOC. And so I think in the future, it looks more sliding scale. It looks more like I can go and pick and choose and kind of take advantage of the services and the detection coverage that makes the most sense for me. So I can get that, one-stop shop, kind of similar to some of the themes that we talked about with XDR from my hybrid SOC provider. I think another big thing, again, more transparency. So today, I think some people, trying to deliver hybrid SOC are actually really lacking in giving the security team, their partner in this, any visibility into what's happening. But I need to be able to go to my board, show them progress, show them that we're getting a return on this investment, and be able to partner with you based on the knowledge that I have about my organization, the things that we're doing, the priorities that we have. And so I think the future hybrid SOC has, software and tools and processes along with it that give that partner, that customer, access to the experience, so they can ride along, they can see what's happening, they can choose when to jump in and kind of work hand in hand with that partner. And then lastly, the big thing, I think this kind of speaks for itself, like everything in the future, more custom, more tailored. You should get to decide when you need resources. You should get to decide what that looks like. And for some companies, that might be, okay, something really bad is happening and we need that little bit of help and access to expertise. And for other teams, it might look like nights and weekend coverage. It might look like, more, based on different types of alerts or things like that. And so I think there's a lot of different ways and to imagine this, and a lot of different flavors and potential for hybrid SOC in the future. But the big thing is that it's not one size fits all. It needs to work for you. It needs to work for your team, and it needs to be fluid enough to keep up with your dynamic, fast-moving organization. And so, again, these are themes that we're really excited about. This is where we see the future of the SOC going. And I think one thing that Rapid7 is passionate about is making sure that we continue to help our customers protect and stay ahead of the curve when it comes to protecting their future footprint and their future SOC. And so for us, what that looks like, you can see the Rapid7 Insight portfolio to the left here. I think many people out there are familiar with the vulnerability management side of the house that we're well known for, our risk and security posture management portfolio. But we also have a full suite of leading detection and response products spanning XDR and SIM, threat intelligence, SOAR, and a number of managed services, including a 24/7 global MDR service. The goal behind these is, again, to be that future ready partner, but also that we can help provide more sophisticated detection and response outcomes, but that we can make it efficient, pragmatic, effective for that maturing security team, so that you're always ready, as your team grows, or even if it doesn't grow, as your organization expands, as the threat landscape expands, you're going to be prepared, you're going to be ready to detect and respond to threats across that future attack surface. So with that, I think we have a few questions that have come in on the chat, and happy to take a couple of those.
Okay, Megan, great presentation on future-proofing the SOC. Are you ready for some questions?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, super. And while we see what questions we have here, I'll just put up the poll question. We do appreciate everyone's answers on what additional information you'd like from Rapid7. But Megan, the first question here is, what's the difference between a hybrid SOC and MSSP?
Yeah, that's a good one. And I think that, we talked a little bit about hybrid SOC in here, and we looked at the different SOC operating models. And I think the lines, it's becoming less clear of, okay, here's the clear box where MSSP starts and ends, here's the clear box where hybrid SOC starts and ends. It's becoming more of a spectrum. And I think certainly there are MSSPs out there that are delivering elements of hybrid SOC. But I think the big differentiators for hybrid SOC is that we're going from, with a traditional MSSP model that's maybe more a tactical extension of the team, into something that's more of a partnership, where we're kind of figuring out together, how do we free up the SOC team for more innovative projects, for more focused security work, for less of the kind of non-security things that distract us from our day jobs, and, infusing automated response where it makes sense. So I feel like it's kind of more of a strategy thing where we're saying, okay, this is more of a partnership, and that could still be, it could still come to fruition in tactical ways. It could still come to fruition as nights and weekend support. It could still come to fruition as, phone a friend or phone an expert when I'm in the middle of an IR and we need to level up our help. But I think where, an MSSP, you kind of have maybe a more rigid contract at the beginning that outlines roles and responsibilities and who's taking what. I think the hybrid SOC relationship is more fluid and more of that partnership that can be more agile as needs change, priorities change, as there's something going on at your organization where you need to flex that partnership, if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
Cool.
Next question here is somebody's asking, what's the difference between XDR and SIM, SOAR, and or EDR?
Yeah, I know where this is going. And, certainly I think in our industry, we are constantly being introduced to new algorithms, and it's confusing even for those of us that are in there and contributing to the new algorithms. But I think two big things at the end of the day. One, XDR in many ways is evolving from some of those, original technologies like SIM and EDR. So if I think about SIM, I think of a product that is bringing together a lot of different security telemetry into one place, but it really puts it on the customer to figure out what to do with that telemetry. So it's good in that it's uniting a lot of diverse data, but the challenge that we hear a lot with kind of a traditional SIM approach is that now I have to figure out what to do with it. I've got to parse all of this data. I've got to configure the rules. I've got to tune the alerts and vet them and make sure my detections are up to date and I'm on top of emerging content and all of those things. So good in that it's unifying things, challenging in that it's creating a lot of work for the SOC. I think EDR has elements of XDR in that it was a focused approach in trying to drive a more manicured detection set and giving people that jumping off point. But the flip side, unlike SIM, it was very narrowly focused just on the endpoint. And so I think XDR is kind of learning from the lessons of what went well with some of the predecessors and the technologies that came before it and said, how can we, reduce the complexity that the SOC is facing, bring together a comprehensive, unified view of the growing attack surface, but provide something that's more efficient. Something that is, again, curated, actionable, relevant, a library of detections, having relevant response playbooks. So, I think in the Venn diagram of these technologies, there's certainly elements that overlap, and I think there's certainly players in either of those originating categories that could expand into XDR. But I think XDR is, or at least is aspiring to kind of take the best of some of these solutions and put that forth into the market based on what we've learned and the challenges that we're seeing across the industry today.
Okay, super. Well, Megan, it looks like we're running out of time. There are a bunch of questions in the Q&A. We never have enough time for all the questions from the audience. So, if you're able to hang out a little bit and answer some people in chat.
Sure. Yeah, I'll try to get to some of those.
But if somebody does want to get started, if somebody does want to get started with Rapid7, what do you recommend?
Yeah, please, check out our website. Come find us, rapid7.com, the number 7. We'd love to chat. We're focused again on helping teams deliver those sophisticated detection and response outcomes more efficiently, more effectively. We know this is a big challenge for folks today, so we'd love to talk about, how we can help you find a program that works for you.
All right. Well, Megan, great presentation today. Thanks for bringing us up to speed on Rapid7.
Thanks so much. Have a great day. Thanks, everybody.
And now it's time for our next Amazon gift card drawing. And the winner of this $300 Amazon gift card is David Kotlarewski of California. So congratulations to David Kotlarewski of California. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And continuing with our summit to explore the tools and services that will define IT through 2030, our next session comes from Quantum, and presenting for Quantum is Eric Basier, Senior Director of Product Marketing. Eric, welcome to the summit.
Yeah, thank you. Great to be here. Great to be on another one of these.
Great to have you. Yeah, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thanks a lot. Well, I'm going to be talking about ways to strengthen cybersecurity. And, you know, we just heard from Rapid7, you've heard from some of the other presenters and panelists today. I'm going to focus more on the infrastructure side. And I want to talk about why tape, yes, tape, should be a key part of your cybersecurity initiatives, and why, if you are serious about reducing risk, reducing business risk, you need to think about making tape part of your infrastructure. So, you know, we know that strengthening cybersecurity is, you know, one of the top priorities for our customers. It turns out, according to some research and some recent surveys from ESG, it is the number one priority for IT spending. And you can see some of the stats here on the slide. You know, 82% are more concerned about ransomware than they were 2 years ago, and 69% expect to increase spending on cybersecurity. And if you are planning to do that, there's a lot of the software tools that can, you know, detect, you know, attacks and you know, reduce attack surface, some of the other things. But again, I want to talk about how do you think about your infrastructure. A little bit about Quantum, just to introduce just some of our portfolio. We do have a comprehensive portfolio of products and solutions for data protection and for cybersecurity. We have invested across this portfolio to strengthen the features that we have. And so whether, you know, you're looking at using object storage or high-speed disk backup systems or tape, we've got a comprehensive portfolio and a comprehensive feature set. And in fact, what I want to talk about today is a little bit, as it's shown on this picture, the best designs for infrastructure would employ more than one of these technologies. You know, it might be disk-based backups for your initial backup or your primary backup, but then maybe a copy on tape and maybe a copy in the cloud or a copy on object storage. And there's an old industry practice, there's an old industry best practice called 3-2-1 data protection, where it talks about the best practice would be have 3 copies of your data on 2 different types of media, and you want to have one of those copies off-site. Okay, so the 3 copies of your data would be, you know, your primary copy, that's your application or your database or, you know, your user data, and then you want to have 2 backup copies. And you might want to have those on disk and tape, or maybe, you know, thinking about media in different ways, you might want to have, you know, one on disk, one on cloud, one local, one offsite. But recently, we've added this additional one. You know, don't forget to add that one, where one of your copies of your data really needs to be offline. Okay, not just off-site, but offline. Sometimes this is referred to as it's air-gapped. But I want to talk about air-gapped means different things, and I want to talk about why tape, specifically Quantum tape, offers the most secure air-gap, and for a very inexpensive price, you know, you can add it into your infrastructure and reduce your business risk. So I want to talk about 3-2-1-1 data protection and how tape fits into that. Many of the tape vendors, and if you are familiar with tape storage systems, tape is inherently secure. Just the way that it's designed, it has a natural air gap. So what's shown in this picture is the inside of a Quantum tape library, and you can see that the tapes, which is where the data is stored, are physically separated from the network connected device, which is the tape drive, right? So there is actually a physical there's actually a physical air gap that's present in any tape library. However, a tape library is just like any other storage system. It's a network connected device, and there is still some risk that that tape system could be hacked or could be compromised. And for some of our largest customers, they came to us and said, we need something stronger. If we're going to, they're using tape as part of their infrastructure, and they think about it as maybe the most secure place to keep a copy of their data. And they needed additional levels of security. Sorry about that. So Quantum has developed a unique feature set that make quantum scalar tape systems the most secure option for tape. And we have a series of features that offer increasing levels of security depending on your needs and depending on how your requirements. I'll talk about each one of these briefly to explain how they work. And then I want to conclude by talking about some best practices of how to think about using tape, if you're serious about reducing risk. So our first level of security is a feature it's called Active Vault, which I'll talk about. It allows tapes to be moved to a secure offline vault within the library, and yet it's based on software. The second level of security we just introduced last year, it's called logical tape blocking, and we can actually prevent a tape from being loaded into a tape drive. But again, it's based on software. And our last and highest level of security is a feature that we introduced called Ransom Block that actually creates a physical barrier, a true physical barrier between your data and the tape system itself, between the data tapes and the robot. So this is the most secure option, and it guarantees that data that has been ransom blocked cannot be hacked remotely. And it's the only option of its kind. So first, just to explain Active Vault a little bit, you would use a backup or archiving application. Some of our most common backup app partners would be people like Veeam or Commvault or Veritas. We also partner with Rubric and others. You would make a copy of data to tape, and then your administrator would create what we call an Active Vault partition. This is an offline in-library vault. You would then have a policy that would move the tape from the online partition to this offline partition. The tapes, now from the perspective of a backup application, let's say Veeam, it appears as though the tape has been ejected out of the library and it's sitting on a shelf. However, in reality, our robot has just moved that tape to a different slot within the tape system. So the tapes reside on a shelf in the vault. Within the Active Vault, there's no network connectivity. There's no tape drive, so there's no network connected device. And the only way to retrieve a tape is by having the tape system administrator, retrieve that tape. You initiate a command to retrieve that tape back from Active Vault. And we have some measures to add security to that too, such as requiring multi-factor, or I should say offering multi-factor authentication for administrative logins to our system. So we've really built out security. So this is that first layer. This has been an incredibly popular feature, and our sales of this feature have increased by about 4x over the last few years because our customers are recognizing the value of this to create an even stronger air gap than what can be offered with any other competing tape system. Now, building on Active Vault, we added what we call logical tape blocking and ransom block, which is really the highest level of security. Now, with ransom block, what happens, and this diagram, it's a little hard to see, but it shows an overhead view of our tape system. When ransom block is initiated by the administrator, the magazine that's holding all the tapes is actually ejected just slightly. And you see it on the far right side there. By ejecting the magazine slightly, there's an offset between the robotic picker that would grab the tape and the tapes itself. And it basically means that even if that robot is hacked, even if somehow that tape library was compromised, there is no way that the robot could actually physically pick the tapes. It's blocked. Now, it's a little hard to see in the diagram, but if you're interested in seeing a video of how this works, I'll say this at the end, but go to our website and check it out. We've got a great video. If you go to Quantum and you look at our solutions for ransomware protection, or if you go to our Scalar tape library page, we have a great video that shows exactly how this works, and I think it helps to kind of understand it. Now, a few things I want to say about this ransom block feature. This is the most secure option out there for tape. It is the only solution on the market that creates a true physical block between your data tapes and the robotic system. So many companies talk about air gapping. There's different ways to create air gaps in your network and with different types of devices. This is the only solution that creates a true physical barrier between your data and the network, any bad actors. In order to retrieve data from these tapes that have been ejected slightly, it actually requires that you have local system access. So it requires that someone has to have access to that tape library. And here you can bring in a number of other security measures, physical security measures, right? Badged access to the data center, lock rooms, et cetera, surveillance cameras, and more. The feature itself is automated. It can be initiated remotely. It also can be initiated at any time. There's no tape handling required. One of the big reasons that people have kind of, have pain points associated with tape is they don't like to handle tapes. Now, the upside of that would be if you take a tape out of a tape library and you put it on a shelf or you put it in a vault, well, that's very secure. That's very offline, but it's also a pain. No one wants to do it. What we've achieved with this feature set, with this feature, is that same level of security with no tape handling required. So it makes tape a lot easier than how it's been historically. And lastly, we've done something really unique. We slightly eject that magazine, but only by 10 millimeters. It's enough to offset so the robot can't grab it, but it preserves the ability to audit the tape library and to know that the tapes are all present because the robot can still scan the barcodes that are on those tapes. So this was something we designed with one of our large hyperscale customers. This was based on their requirements. And so we created this extremely secure place to keep a copy of your data, and it preserves the ability for them to audit their tape systems and know that their tape is there. So in summary, we offer now this totally differentiated feature set for a cyber protection, and if you want to build a cyber resilient infrastructure. And what we recommend in terms of just a practice, if we think about how could this be used in practice, first, make a copy of data to tape. And we're talking to our customers, we're advocating, think about making copies of data to tape more often. Think about that 3211 data protection method. How often do you need to make a copy of your data to tape so that you have a pristine copy of data stored on tape in this really secure place? Now, once we've done that, we can use Active Vault so that the tape gets moved to that Active Vault partition in orange. That's our first level of protection. Tapes that are sitting in the Active Vault can then also be blocked from being loaded logically. Again, that's all in software, but still an additional layer of protection, maybe while you're filling up the tapes in that magazine. That might be an interim step. And then when you're ready, initiate ransom block, that all the data stored on all those tapes is completely secure, and you have a copy of your data in this truly offline place in the event that you need to recover. So again, one of the things that we talk about is making that copy of data to tape perhaps more often so that you have a pristine copy of data. And I'm sure, as some of the other folks have talked about, making a backup copy of data where it's already been corrupted, or maybe there's already dormant malware sitting on there, it doesn't do you any good. It's important to get a copy of data into a protected place so that you have a pristine copy that you can recover from. And all of these features are part of a comprehensive security framework that we've designed and that we've established with our Scalar tape libraries. It's not just the unique features we have around cybersecurity, but it's a full suite of features for data security and encryption, including the ability to encrypt data written to tape using AES 256-bit encryption with no performance impact. We have options for key management systems that are both FIPS validated, as well as being able to tie in with open standard key management systems that are compatible with the KMIT protocol. We have different ways of monitoring and event detection, and we've really bolstered our access control suite, including role-based authentication, support for LDAP and Active Directory, and most recently, as I said, adding multi-factor authentication for administrative login. So, I hope that this was helpful. I'd like to just close quickly to say, if you are investing to strengthen cybersecurity, we know it's a key priority and perhaps the #1 investment priority for IT departments. If you're out there listening, if you're serious about reducing your risk, tape should be part of your infrastructure. And I hope you took away that, only Quantum tape offers the most secure, truly offline and truly air-gapped options. So thank you very much. And with that, happy to take some questions. And
okay, Eric, that was great. And first I will put up the poll question here, just for additional information that people would like about the Quantum solution. There's a bunch of options there.
Excellent. So I didn't say, but if you do want to learn more about anything I've talked about, as I said halfway through, please go to our website, quantum.com, and we've got a lot of great resources there across our whole portfolio, but also some good videos and some other white papers and things like that talk about the solutions that I just covered. So go ahead.
Yeah, Eric, actually that leads into one of our audience questions here. It was from Deb, who said, can you speak briefly about Quantum University, just about service support that can help us get the solution off the ground?
Yeah, so Quantum University is our name for our educational services. So Quantum offers a suite of educational services for end users, for our partner community, and also for our employees. We use it, we have an online training platform and a virtual learning lab and more. So depending on the nature of the question, if, we do have some online courses that are available for free on quantum.com that would provide a brief overview of some of our products, right? So we do have that available for free. If you have purchased a product and you are interested in learning more or getting learning more about how to use the products, that would be where we also have some paid options where we could work with you and coordinate how we could do some instructor-led training, which we do for many of our clients as well. So that's what Quantum University is. Hopefully that answered the question.
Okay, super. One of the things that I was going to say is, Eric, I thought you made a pretty compelling case for tape today. And Dan's question is, sounds like tape is still the way to go to protect from ransomware. Anything more you want to say about just sort of the value of tape and ransomware?
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm looking at the polling questions here too, and one of the, that's, data sheet tech paper, but also pricing details. I would like to mention, and I've made this point to, C-level, folks at enterprises. Everything I talked about with tape, if people want to add that into their infrastructure, they could do that for maybe as little as $20,000, budgetary. I mean, and, tape is very dense anymore. So for $20,000, you may be able to store, hundreds of terabytes of data on tape. And I think that, yes, tape is inexpensive. And I almost think there's all these other best practices around strengthening cybersecurity. And I think some of the other vendors today have talked about their products and what they do. And there's a lot of great solutions out there. But I also would want to highlight, for that, tape is a very inexpensive insurance. And you kind of have to ask yourself, if you're serious about reducing risk, how could you not just invest in some tape and just have that copy, And so A tape system, even for larger enterprises, could be as little as maybe $20,000, and certainly for under $50,000, I think you could have a tape system that would store petabytes and petabytes of data. So really great value, and we are definitely seeing a resurgence in the interest of tape for this exact reason, and that's one of the reasons we're here today.
Okay, super. Next question here, how do I ensure my data on tape is not corrupted?
Well, it's a good question, and corrupted can mean a couple different things. One is it's important to think about your backup policy, and as we've been advocating to our clients and our customers, make a copy to tape perhaps more often than you have been. What's been typical the last 5 to 10 years is people might do a monthly full backup to tape or maybe a weekly full backup to tape. But now you're kind of exposed if, you know, maybe there was ransomware attack or maybe there's some dormant malware that occurred during that time frame, you're exposed. So think about make a copy of data to tape more quickly and perhaps more frequently. For some of our customers that use our file system, they have a policy that they call archive on ingest. So as soon as a file is actually written into the storage system, it makes a copy of data to tape. And then you know you have a copy of your kind of raw file. So that's one best practice. Now, once data is stored on tape, we do have the capability to periodically assess the, let's say the tapes themselves. We have a feature set that we call extended data life management, where we can actually periodically go load a tape, simulate it, and just make sure that the tape itself is not corrupted, right? We're not scanning for data. We can't tell if, you know, there may be dormant malware on there or anything like that. But we can scan to make sure that the tapes themselves are not corrupted, and that if you need to restore data, even a decade from now, you know, we can ensure that. And I think that's a real value. And so I think it's kind of a two-part answer. One is make sure you get that copy of data to tape as quickly as you can, you know, so that you know you have a pristine copy of data. Once it's there, we do have means where we can actually assess your tapes periodically to know that, you know, they're not corrupted. And maybe one last point would just be a lot of the features I talked about, if you notice, they're automating the movement of tapes in a way where it requires no handling of the tapes. And that's really been the biggest downside of tape over the last couple of decades, why people kind of perceive that it, you know, maybe it's unreliable. It's because a lot of times that they're being handled by humans, right? So you introduce these contaminants. So by eliminating that, we actually really reduce the risk of, you know, corruption of the tape. You know, they're sitting in the library, they're sitting in a controlled environment. And so we actually eliminate a lot of the risk of that just by the way we've automated some of the features I talked about.
Gotcha. Yeah, you know, so that ransom block feature that you were talking about was really interesting, but how does that work? Does that involve a person to be somewhere to move the elements back into place so that the arm can reach again, or, you know, how does that work?
Yeah, so to initiate that, it's a command to the library. So the administrator would basically direct a command to the library to say initiate ransom block. When that happens, it's actually the tape robot itself that, let's say, flips a switch that ejects that magazine. So that happens in an automated way. No one has to be present at the tape library. That can be done, you know, remotely. And that's great because a lot of times, you know, the tape systems are not sitting at the same location as, you know, maybe the administrator, for example. So that first step to initiate it can happen remotely. It happens in an automated way. Now, in order to retrieve data from tapes that have been, you know, where we've initiated ransom block, then yes, you have to have somebody, a technician that would have local access to that tape system. They'd have to go there and physically push the magazine back in.
Gotcha.
So that is a requirement. However, that's what our customers, at least, that's what they wanted, right? They want that level of kind of barrier, in a sense, to be able to retrieve data so they know it's in a, absolutely safe location.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, that sounds like that's a feature, not a bug. That you've got to have somebody go and do it. Yeah, no, that's really cool. We have a question here. How can I recover tapes from Active Vault?
The way that a tape is recovered from the Active Vault is just it's an administrator-directed command from the tape library. So from our tape library user interface, there's just a command that says, I want to retrieve, this tape or these number of tapes from the Active Vault. When that happens, the tapes are moved, and then the tapes then get, let's say, re-imported by the backup application, right? So for example, with Veeam, so the administrator would just say, I want to retrieve these tapes from the Active Vault. They get moved back into the Veeam partition, for example, at which case Veeam will then go re-inventory and import the tapes, and then they can be recovered. By the way, we've got on the same website, if you go there, we've got videos that actually give a demo that show how these features work with Veeam, Commvault, and Veritas Net Backup, which are three of our more common backup applications. So if you're interested, we've got some great videos that show exactly how that would work in those application environments.
Very nice. Okay, well, it looks like we're running out of time, Eric. But if somebody wants to get started with Quantum, and maybe see some of those videos just at the main quantum.com website, or where should they go?
Yeah, if you go to quantum.com and then under Solutions, we have a Solutions page that focuses on ransomware protection. I think that's a great place to start. I think that's the link that we shared out here. I think that's a great place to start, and then from there you can navigate and explore some of the different features and options I talked about today. So that's a great place to go if you want to learn more. We really do have a lot of great information on our website. If you're interested in, getting started or even purchasing a Quantum tape library, reach out to your local reseller or reach out to your local Quantum representative. We can get these quotes turned very quickly and, get you what you need. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Eric, really enjoyed this discussion. It was really interesting. Thank you for the update on Quantum.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Okay, and with that, let's get to our next Amazon gift card drawing. And the winner of this $300 Amazon gift card is Dorothy Spencer of Kentucky. So congratulations to Dorothy. We will be in touch about claiming your prize. And now it's time, believe it or not, for our final presentation in this virtual summit. And our next session comes from Nutanix. And presenting for Nutanix is Harsha Katikula, Director of Solutions Marketing. Harsha, welcome to the summit. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for giving this opportunity to help our audience in their journey for building the infrastructure for the future.
Absolutely. We'll take it away.
Okay, cool. So, in line with our team, right, discovering the critical tools and services that will define IT through 2030. In line with that, I wanted to talk about, first is I wanted to lay out, before we think about the tools that will keep us ready for 2030. I want to talk about what's going to happen by 2030, right? Like how is the market evolving, and then position what our practitioners and listeners might need when they improve their infrastructure, right? To start off with, after 2 years of COVID and other market disruptors, organizations. So after 2 years of COVID and other market disruptors, organizations continue to navigate the changing economic conditions, right? But through all this, one thing is clear. Basically, we are all now living and working in a digital first world. So as a matter of fact, IDC predicts that by 2024, 55% of all IT investment will be linked to digital transformation. So CIOs, technology leaders, and business executives must transform their enterprises. The IT organization, as facilitators of technology innovation, essentially doing all this change will play a pivotal role in helping businesses thrive in this digital first world. Let me go back. Make sure that I'm on the right slide. And so according to IDC, there's going to be about 750 million apps, by 2026, and enterprises will essentially become software factories, right? And just imagine, for example, industries like, fitness. 5 years ago, we were never even thinking that fitness will have, software technology in it, right? But there's so much technology innovation even in fitness industries like fitness, right? So there's the software industries being is everywhere now, right? So that's how we see the future. And the next thing is now with all this app development, the process of determining which workloads are best suited for which IT infrastructure is no longer optional, right? So you have all these apps going on, and then you also have data emanating from the core, from the edge, and also from, you have data stored in the public cloud, right? So it's no longer an option for us to just think about, where this data needs to be placed or where this workload needs to be placed. So it's very critical to make an informed decision, essentially, to where to place this workload, right? Should it be on public cloud or on the edge or on premises or hosted, right? So these, because, as I mentioned, you have numerous apps going on that are being developed, and these apps use data that's coming from sometimes the edge, and sometimes that's stored in the core, and sometimes it's in the public cloud. So it's very critical that this workload placement decision needs a well-thinking, well-thought-out process, right? So and also because once this workload placement is once made, it's very difficult to change. So hence, any poor workload placements can lead to excessive costs, performance degradation, and security risk, and also in some cases, compliance issues, right? So, and it also limits the organization to take advantage of some capabilities. For instance, if you want to take advantage of auto scaling or flexibility to move into the cloud, if you place the workload in a certain environment, you might not be able to take leverage that advantage, right? So it's very important that, that you have a framework on, where to place your workload. So as a matter of fact, according to Gartner, by 2027, 85% of workload placements made until 2022 will no longer be optimal. So it's because of these changing circumstances. So with all this in mind, you need to choose the right path. So in line with, essentially when we say discovering the critical tools and services that define IT through 2020, now we know the scale of workloads and also the workload placements as a critical thing that we need to develop a framework around it. So with this in mind, a simple re-platforming is not just sufficient, right? So we also need to factor in the skill set of the people, the existing install base, the processes that are being used and maybe potentially disrupted, and also the new technology needs to be streamlined and fit into the existing infrastructure. So these all need to be taken care of. So with this in mind, so let's start looking at what do we have in hand now, right? What is the existing architecture of existing infrastructure that we have? So before virtualization was widely adopted, servers were essentially kind of islands of compute resources. All the servers, you had compute servers essentially, right? That was helping with computation. And virtualization, essentially what it did is it enabled server consolidation, because in some cases, if certain workload was not using a server compute, then you're wasting those resources, right? So virtualization helped by reducing the CPU resource wastage by running multiple workloads across the same hardware. And in the same case, centralizing storage on SAN networks, like storage area networks, enable VM mobility features and unlocking essentially new levels of flexibility when deploying and managing server workloads. So this enables servers to operate as distributed pools of compute resources, but also, storage remained an isolated island, and also, compute also was a separate island, right? Like that's how the existing architecture has been working. So with this, like the way it's architectured, right? Like, so what are some key challenges that we might have? So there are a few key challenges that I wanted to bring out, like, how does this fit with the future of how the technology is evolving? First, SAN, the first point is SAN is deployed as a monolithic hardware devices. Essentially, it's like a separate set of hardware devices like which contain storage. So which requires a lot of planning to ensure that enough resources are available and when needed without wasting capital by massively overbuying, right? Like sometimes, if you don't plan it properly, you might buy a lot more of your storage servers, or in some cases, like if you didn't anticipate the business to grow as rapidly as you expected, then you're wasting resources, right? Like, so that's one of the key drawbacks of planning a SAN storage. Second, the nature of storage being separate from compute layer, as well as the expense of storage resources, requires rigid processes into application provisioning. So it slows down the whole deployment of applications. And third, because of this whole complexity, refreshing any storage hardware resources is a very expensive process. Not only expensive, you need specialists for it, and it's also cumbersome because it depends upon planning and how much essentially like anticipating how much business will grow in the future, right? So this all makes the whole SAN process cumbersome. Okay, and remember the fact that I mentioned before, when I mentioned IDC and Gartner numbers about the number of apps being developed, the data being available at various places, and also flexibility with workload placement, right? So all this entails is you need some infrastructure that should be flexible, right? Like not kind of that infrastructure that holds you to certain way of doing things. So with this in mind, in addition to SAN, in general, traditional infrastructure is complex and hard to manage, right? It requires, because the traditional infrastructure has a lot of components in it. So it requires working with multiple vendors for maintenance. It requires a lot of selection across different technologies. And when you're upgrading and when you're patching up, especially these days, when you have a lot of security patches coming up, it requires a lot of working across multiple vendors. When you have multiple different technology in your stack, right? And also, just in addition to that, any routine upgrades are time-consuming and requires a lot of attention to detail, and in many times they disrupt business operations. I remember my times when I was a practitioner myself, right? Like in order not to disrupt business operations, we used to look for certain time where the business activity was lowest, especially being a global company these days. It's very difficult to find that key time spot where there's limited disruption of business, and that ends up falling sometime like midnight to early morning, right? So that you cause minimum disruption to this. And with all this, because of the infrastructure is so complex, in our survey we found that 57% of developers essentially circumvent and collaborating with IT, and that essentially leads to shadow IT, right? So meanwhile, here we talk about public cloud and distributed computing models. these have evolved to solve these challenges through public cloud computing, right? Public cloud computing essentially solve these challenges in their technology that they've created. So at the storage level, first of all, distributed storage breaks apart the monolithic storage architecture of SAN into clusters of storage resources that are essentially that helps with replicating for data protection. That's also able to self-heal after hardware failures and enables increased level of data protection without intensive administration, right? And it's also able to present distributed storage resources as logical volumes. So it's a big advantage. And when we think about the compute resources were distributed as well with virtualization software. And this enables with applications being deployed in VMs and that can dynamically move across physical servers, right, without any disruption, depending upon how we are using the compute resources. And this enables virtualized applications to be abstracted away from physical underlying hardware. So with all this, what we're talking is HCI. I wanted to introduce HCI. HCI is essentially hyper-converged infrastructure. It essentially brings these technologies used by public cloud computing to enterprise IT and enables a fully distributed IT infrastructure. So instead of needing to deploy large inflexible storage arrays, you have HCI enables dynamic data centers that can adjust flexibly to changing business needs. So the result of all this is, you have increased productivity and efficiency, right? Instead of needing to spend most of your effort maintaining infrastructure with only a fraction of time left for application and services. So as I mentioned, to maintain your SAN or you maintain your traditional infrastructure, it takes a lot of time patching up to maintain it, to plan for it, right? So instead of time spent on it, HCI essentially helps you to spend time on what's more important for business, right? Time left on providing these applications and services to your business. And as we all know, businesses place heavy demands on IT, and so HCI gives your team the ability to focus more time and energy innovating and solving business challenges without needing to compromise on the benefits that you had with traditional infrastructure. So what it does is, in addition to that, HCI helps you but transform your database, data center efficiency, and it also helps you accelerate your cloud journey, right? And it makes the extending to the cloud much easier. So once you have modernized your data center infrastructure with HCI, automating IT operations becomes much more accessible, giving you the ability to deliver IT as a service to your business partners. So HCI extracts your applications and data from the underlying hardware, both in your own data center and in the public cloud. So this not only simplifies your whole cloud adoption, but it makes it easy to move applications between the two. And by unifying your infrastructure across your private and public cloud, essentially helps you to move your workloads seamlessly across your public and private cloud, and it gives you that advantage with HCI. So I wanted to introduce to bringing all this together, I wanted to introduce the Nutanix Cloud Platform, NCP in short. So it provides customers everything that's needed to support all the workloads across multiple clouds, right? The two pillars in Nutanix Cloud Platform are the NCI, that is, we call it the Nutanix Cloud Infrastructure, and the next one is the Nutanix Cloud Manager, we call it NCM. Let me bring it to that slide. So this is the Nutanix Cloud Platform that I was talking about, right? So we have the basic two pillars. The cloud infrastructure, essentially these provide the, NCI provides a complete software stack that includes storage, compute, virtualization, networking, security, and integrated disaster recovery. So you can easily build cloud-like infrastructure. And the other pillar is NCM, which encompasses all the operations automation, governance, and self-service capabilities necessary for managing on-prem, public, and hybrid clouds. So, and on top of these two pillars, we have three main services running on it. So we have the Nutanix Unified Storage, which provides you with files and object and block data storage services. And then we have Nutanix Database Services, which provides powerful database deployment, patching, and copy management. And Nutanix Desktop Services, providing virtual desktops and desktop as service capabilities. So with all these environments, Nutanix Cloud Platform essentially helps you scaling your IT infrastructure very easy. So most organizations, for instance, support a lot of variety of workloads. So as you see in this slide, a typical environment can have multiple workloads, right? Like you have business critical applications that might have a dedicated SAN stack optimized for those workloads. You might have a VDI deployment that might have a different kind of infrastructure stack that could prevent things like boot storms or recompose operations after maybe some problems. Or you might also have remote offices that need some infrastructure for few local services, like print services and Active Directory, but they don't need a whole SAN stack for it. And you might also have, latest organizations, you might also have cloud native networks, right? And in addition to that, you have big data and analytics. So all these different stacks, your organization probably will be supporting different technology stacks, and which in itself inherently creates a lot of complexity and in some cases, troubleshooting difficulty across these different stacks. So what Nutanix does is, with Nutanix platform, essentially you can run all these workloads on a single platform while you can maximize performance and also resource efficiency as well as cost. So this ability to consolidate disparate infrastructure stacks into a common platform is one of the greatest benefits of HCI. And this allows you to scale very easily your IT environment. So this is the basic for laying out your infrastructure. But after lay out the infrastructure, it's also important to consider the day one and day zero and day one and day two operations, right? So what about those, right? And what if you also have public cloud? So if you also have public cloud, the challenge of moving these workloads across and managing these workloads across can be very challenging because of data locality and license portability, licensing across your private and public cloud, and essentially latency and also identity management. Right? So this complexity gets problematic really fast. So in addition to that, the management and operations of these can be very challenging. So many times there are many tools that help you manage these workloads across different clouds, and the cost for managing these tools can add up very quickly. And in addition to that, you might also have test and dev environments that aren't being used anymore and that can add up to your day-to-day operations, right? So these are all essentially make your day one and day two operations very complex. So this is where the Nutanix Cloud Management, the NCM solution helps you. So the first step, as you've seen, is modernize and simplify your infrastructure with NCI. And once you've done it, you'll be able to implement operational excellence along these 4 practices within your organization. So first, you infuse automation into your day-to-day operations so you can enable higher levels of productivity. And one of the things that can be done is, to improve your productivity, is you can stock up all your most commonly requested applications and workloads and services, and you can create a blueprint for it, and you can publish it as an internal marketplace as well as using ServiceNow. And the users can use this marketplace to self-serve any of their applications or workloads that they need, right? Any infrastructure resources they need. And In addition to that, you can also begin to think about how to become a data center organization, and you can get more value out of your data and monetize it. And next is you can ensure that all the applications, your data, and cloud are all secure. And finally, it also helps you with your data and applications so that the whole environment is highly available all the time. Right? So you have two pillars that I've talked about. One is the Nutanix cloud infrastructure. The cloud infrastructure essentially helps you with creating, an HCI platform that is on par with performance with your existing SAT network, and it helps you, reducing the complexity of managing infrastructure. So that's the NCI. The next portion is the NCM. We call it the Nutanix Cloud Management. So once you establish the infrastructure, the next is managing the day one and day two operations, right, and making it easy for your business to self-serve. So that is all those facilities are provided in the Nutanix Cloud Manager. So once you achieve all these, now you've done this in private cloud. So you want to seamlessly transfer and extend this to other clouds in case you have a public cloud. So make sure you have a hybrid cloud operating model. So this is when you can start planning to run all your workloads that your business stakeholders expect from you with flexibility across private and public clouds, right? So you can, all the benefits I've mentioned with Nutanix Cloud Infrastructure as well as Nutanix Cloud Manager, now you can transition that over to a public cloud as well, having a common platform across your public and private cloud. With all this, so you might be thinking so why Nutanix for HCI platform? So if you take the analyst words, right, from Gartner and Forrester's, Nutanix has been the undisputed leader in HCI solution, both in Gartner Magic Quadrant and also in Forrester Wave. So we're also highly rated in Gartner peer review and have the highest NPS score in the industry. In addition to that, of course, with the analyst recognition, but also we have world's top brands that rely on us for their infrastructure needs. So we have from industry-leading companies who are forefront in the technology, for instance, we have large organizations like JetBlue, we have Toyota, Hyundai, these companies, rely for their infrastructure needs, rely on us, right? And in addition to that, we also have large financial sector companies, banks, as well as public sector that have the most stringent performance and also security requirements that rely on Nutanix infrastructure. So you have the analysts showing us as industry leaders, and we also have world-leading brands that rely on our infrastructure. So with Nutanix, you'll be in good company. So with all this said, you've heard a lot of things about our cloud platform and also how to build infrastructure for the future. But in closing, I want to provide you with how to get your hands-on experience with our solution. So you can test all of this that I mentioned here and we've shown you firsthand with our Nutanix test drive. So it is at nutanix.com/one-platform. So it's also in your resources section. So it's nutanix.com/one-platform. So test drive gives you access to an actual cluster environment from where you can pick experiences that you want to try out by you can build a private cloud and see how it works. And you can also build a hybrid cloud. You can build a cluster in your private cloud, and you can build a virtual private network to your AWS account, and you can transfer this cluster from private cloud to your public cloud. So using this test drive, we can show you how to build a hybrid cloud platform. In addition to that, for your day one, day two operations, you can also test out automation, ECDR, intelligent ops. So Nutanix Test Drive essentially has a guided tour where you can do all these tasks, and there's no installation required from your side. So it's essentially our sandbox that you can use with no installation, and you can try out all our tools that I mentioned here. So thank you. That's all I had for today, and I apologize for the slides, but I hope you got our information. And please try out our test drive. I think you'll find it very enlightening, and it'll help you with building your infrastructure for the future.
All right, excellent. No, Harsha, that was great, and it really hit the theme today for forward-looking infrastructure for for 2030. What you guys are doing in Nutanix is really leading the way for a lot of people. I do have the poll question up here for everybody, just about additional information you'd like about the Nutanix solution, and let's get into some of those questions. So the first one here: how does HCI perform in comparison to SAN environments?
Yeah, that's a good question, right? Like, first of all, there has been, SAN has been in use for, over 2 decades, I think, maybe even more than 2 decades. And that was how computing infrastructure was found. You want to have a pool of compute resources and a pool of, storage resources, because networking was not on par in those days, right? Like, when 2 or 3 decades ago, when this infrastructure solution was developed. But HCI caught up, because networking is fast and also the latency is reduced now. So with that, HCI is on par for performance perspective for all your critical apps. As a matter of fact, we have a resource that shows that HCI has as good as a performance as your SAN environment. In addition to that, in addition to what SAN environment provides, you also have, some of the features that HCI provides. It provides, for instance, resiliency, right? Like, you have disk failures. It's really difficult to handle that in a SAN environment, right? So it provides resiliency. It also provides performance, as I mentioned, right? Like, one of the things that I have is we recently tested our database performance. Database usually is a very intensive workload. And then we have, in our test, we came out to be, 500K IOPS, right, with 1 microsecond, consistent response time, right? So that's great performance for any critical workload. So I think, HCI performs, very well on par with, SAN, and, you can rely on HCI, just like many of the customers that I've showed you, for your critical workloads.
Gotcha. Great. Another question here from Deb, who says, it seems like I could save a fair amount of money in my operating costs with this solution. Do you have good data points regarding that? Do you guys have any calculators or anything to help people with those kinds of things?
So we do. That's a good question too. So we actually did a IDC study recently, right? It's sponsored by Nutanix, but IDC did an independent study where they talked to some of our customers to see how Nutanix helped them from a cost economic perspective. So this is a study available on Nutanix.com. You can, I think, there's in our resources section, or if not, you can simple search on Nutanix Cloud Economics. And IDC divided into cost economics into the framework of three components, right? Like, how does it help from a staffing perspective? How does it help from a infrastructure, like hardware cost perspective? And also, how does it help from a time and efficiency perspective? From a staffing perspective, I don't have the exact numbers, but it benefits a lot because, traditional infrastructure, because of how it's structured, you need to have specialists, both through managing your SAN network, managing your networking, managing compute resources, and managing cloud architecture, right? So you need specialists across all these different technology stack. But with HCI, Nutanix Cloud Platform, it combines all that. Like, one of the slides I showed you is it combines all the workloads with Nutanix Cloud Platform. So it provides you with staff efficiency. You can have essentially a generalist that can, manage your whole environment, infrastructure environment. So you have, cost savings there. And then the second thing is, that also helps you with your training, all those aspects, right? And also, second thing is, with your SAN planning, right? Sometimes, maybe the business needs flexibility in how it grows. Maybe doesn't grow as much as you anticipated, or grew too much, right? So you will have that flexibility with HCI, whereas you can't have that flexibility with SAN or traditional infrastructure. So in that sense, the economic viability of HCI and having Nutanix Cloud Platform is far exceeds your traditional infrastructure.
Okay, excellent. And probably the last question, we had a couple of people asking about user interfaces. So, Abhishek was wondering if there's a GUI, with user-friendly functions and charts and graphs, and Neil is curious about whether the interface enables self-service. So is it a GUI environment or CLI, or how do you guys handle that?
Yeah, it's a GUI environment, very friendly, and it's basically, we call it Prism Central, right? And it's a central control plane that sits across your private cloud and also public cloud. And with that, just one control plane GUI, it's a GUI. It's a very, very friendly GUI. So you can manage your compute resources, you can manage your clusters, storage, you can also manage your security policies, all within one screen, right? So it's a very friendly environment. And as a matter of fact, if you go to test drive, you'll have your first-hand experience of using that, we call it Prism, the GUI, on how to create a cluster, basic steps of how to create a cluster, how to move the cluster to a public cloud if you have AWS, how to manage your security, right? Like how to create security policies. So I welcome you to use the test drive, and you will see how easy our environment is to use.
Okay. All right, fantastic. Well, I think we're probably going to have to leave it there, Harsha, but you had mentioned the URL. Any tips for people getting started other than clicking on that Nutanix link there in the handouts, which has that one platform?
Yeah, the one platform is nutanix.com/one platform. It's a self-guided tour. So you don't have to do anything. Just give your email so that we can provision that. And the email is also just for provisioning a cluster for you, right? It's not because for anything else. So provisioning a cluster for you, and then you can just log in, and it's essentially a sandbox. You can do whatever you want, what your typical operations are as a cloud practitioner, right? Like you want to create a cluster, or you want to create some security policy, or you want to create a BCDR, so any of that, you can test it out.
Okay, fantastic. Well, Harsha, thanks so much for this presentation. Appreciate bringing us up to speed on Nutanix and also helping us think through a lot of the issues that we will be facing on the journey to 2030 there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and believe it or not, it is time for our final gift card of the day. This 10th and final $300 Amazon gift card goes to Griffin Rausch of California. Congratulations to Griffin. We'll be in touch about claiming your prize. And of course, that's not the last prize drawing of the day. We have one more grand prize drawing, and if you're an Apple ecosystem fan, this may be the best prize of the day. We're giving away 3 Apple M2 MacBook Pros right now. Each of these 3 lucky winners will get one, and the winners are Brandon Eldred of Maryland, Orlando Soriano of California, and Mackenzie Spahar of Utah. So congratulations to Brandon, Orlando, and Mackenzie. We will be in touch about claiming your prizes. Well, we are almost wrapped up here. Before you head out, make sure to check out the Actual Tech Media Ransomware Guide in the Handouts tab. You can find out everything you need to know about ransomware, how to understand, prevent, and recover. So visit ransomware.org. For more information, I'll post the link in chat for all of you right now, so head on over and check it out. Just posting that there. And if you are on the webinar today and you would like to chat with us about presenting on a future summit, EcoCast, or MegaCast webinar, we'd love to hear from you. Reach out via email at connect@actualtechmedia.com. And with excuse me. And with that, on behalf of the Actual Tech Media team, I want to thank all of our sponsors for making this event possible. And a special thank you to all of you for attending and asking some great questions. I had a lot of fun with you all talking about how to include the individual in our 2030 plans. I hope you all have learned some interesting and helpful tips today. And before you take off today, please mark on your calendars or come back to join us for our next event, which is Choosing a Next Generation Data Protection and Disaster Recovery Solution. That'll be next week. I hope to see you all again soon. And until then, have a fantastic day.